Chapter 50. A breeze blew through the ruins, ruffling his sleeves and gradually stirring up a sliver of killing intent. Others might not have sensed it, but Prince Chin-Lu was keenly aware. He stared into Daoist Siyuan's eyes and enunciated each word clearly. "Qin Chongqing will not kill me." Huai Shu froze, and then she understood what he meant. She subconsciously wanted to step forward and stop him, but she realized that her senior sister was not speaking. Huai Ran gazed at the southern part of the capital, seemingly lost in thought. She paid no attention to what was about to happen. At this moment, a dagger appeared just outside the broken wall of the reception hall, cutting off the drifting wind and some other possibility. When Daoist Siyuan looked over, the dagger had already returned to his sleeve. Hu 32 had finished searching the estate. Daoist Siyuan expressionlessly said, "Sometimes benevolence is the same as stupidity." Hu 32 humbly said, "Since it is His Holiness's will, then error is also right. Stupidity can only be because of us." It sounded rather awkward, but the meaning was actually very simple. Even if the Pope was wrong, he was still right. What if the Pope really was wrong? Please continue to read the sentence above. Daoist Siyuan drew back his gaze from Prince Chin-Lu, and the wind around his sleeve also stopped. Hu 32 gave a simple explanation of the current situation. From the collapse of Mount Mo to the Li Palace priests taking control of the Road of Peace, many things had happened around the capital, but only a very short period of time had passed. The Mausoleum of Books was still in a stalemate. Even against that true legend, Su Yorong had no intention of backing down. Huai Ren and Huai Shu had entered the tunnel in the early morning, so they had no idea what was happening in the Mausoleum of Books. When they learned that even Wang Jitsa had appeared, they were naturally shocked. Why would Lord Wang? Huai Shu was very nervous and uneasy, unable to continue. Huai Ren thought, "No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with the south." After a moment of thought, she said, "Let's go to the Mausoleum of Books and take a look." Huai Shu's voice trembled as she said, "But that is Lord Wang." Huai Ren calmly said, "Not even Lord Wang can randomly give orders to Holy Maiden Peak." After saying this, she brought Huai Shu out of the Prince of Xiang's estate and toward the Mausoleum of Books. To be able to make such an unyielding choice at this moment made the Li Palace priests feel even more respect for Huai Ren and Holy Maiden Peak. Daoist Siyuan didn't care about these things. He looked at Prince Chin-Lu again and said, "If I have the chance, I will still kill you today." Hu 32 helplessly listened on the side, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do, because Daoist Siyuan had said that there was a chance. Prince Chin-Lu asked, "You really want to kill me?" Daoist Siyuan said, "I wanted to kill you many years ago because I thought you were trouble." At the time, he was a young man that both the Tianhai Divine Empress and the Pope greatly admired, and he had just become an archbishop. Prince Chin-Lu, on the other hand, was the only representative of the Chen imperial family left in the capital. He held a very important position in the hearts of the commoners and officials. Prince Chin-Lu said, "Just as Mo said, your murderous nature is indeed great." Daoist Siyuan replied, "There's no need to sow discord between me and her. In the past, let alone you, I even wanted to kill His Holiness." Prince Chin-Lu knew what he was talking about. When the Orthodox Academy was besieged and the events that followed, Daoist Siyuan would often appear. Perhaps he would be drinking tea in a tea house in 100 Flowers Lane, or perhaps he would be staring at that ivy wall in the darkness. At the time, Prince Chin-Lu had been standing across from him, and his job had been to protect Qin Chongqing. But now, the situation had been reversed. Hu 32 brought Prince Chin-Lu out of the estate. Prince Chin-Lu fell silent as he gazed at the ruined garden and the corpses lying within. He didn't know where the Li Palace was planning to imprison him, didn't know if Daoist Siyuan would find a chance to kill him in secret, and also didn't know whether he should pray for Qin Chongqing's victory or Shang Xingzhou's. If he considered the matter from the perspective of his safety, it was naturally the former. But this was not the conclusion of the story that he was willing to see. He only knew that whether Shang Xingzhou or Chen Chongqing won today, he and his father had already lost, not even when they had truly attacked. Perhaps it was precisely because he and his father had not truly prepared to attack that they had lost so cleanly and cleanly. It now seemed that he, his father, the princes of the Qin clan, and even Shang Xingzhou had all underestimated Qin Chongqing's resolve. True, supreme authority had always been the most corrosive of poisons. Who could resist this temptation? There was no falling snow in the Li Palace, but it was still very cold, perhaps because it was too deserted. There were only 2 people in the spacious plaza. Daoist Wu was sitting on the icy stone floor, his hair in disarray and his bandages soaked in blood. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. He was so furious that he wanted nothing more than to greet 18 generations of Chen Chongqing's ancestors, regardless of whether or not there was a great ancestor among them. But he did not dare to do this, because a woman dressed in white was standing behind him, and Hua's delicate and pretty face was covered in anxiety. She gripped her dagger, her eyes fixed on the nape of Daoist Wu's neck. When the Pope left, he had made it very clear that if the situation changed, she had to kill this old man as soon as possible. The 2 archbishops had also taught her very clearly that in order to kill a person, the best way was to cut off their head. Chen Chongqing walked out of the Li Palace. The teachers and examinees participating in the grand examination were all in the green leaf world. The crowd that had come to watch the spectacle had long ago dispersed, leaving the stone pillars in silence. He believed that he was alone and was preparing to face this world, so he couldn't help but feel rather lonely. But just when he was prepared to sigh, he saw Tang 36. He was rather surprised and embarrassed by this sight. Tang 36 said, "Since you could write a letter to Guan by in advance, you could have told me." When he said this, his voice was very calm, but everyone could hear the annoyance in it. Qin Chongqing replied, "I know the Tang clan style of doing things. Once you strike, there is no way out, so I don't want you to be dragged into this." Tang 36 replied, "Since we're going to move, we have to move like a thunderbolt. Do you not agree with the Holy Maiden's method?" Qin Chongqing replied, "Yorong's method is already the best method she can think of in this sort of situation. Using the future of the human race to threaten a person like Shang Xingzhou seemed naive, childish, and absurd, but this was not the case, because Shang Xingzhou understood that naivety often meant absolute callousness. If not for Wang Jizhi's sudden appearance today, Su Yurong really might have succeeded. Tang 36 asked, "What are you prepared to do now?" Chen Chongqing replied, "Whether in cultivation or intelligence, I am far inferior to Yurong, but there are times when I am even more naive." Even at such a tense moment, Tang 36 still couldn't help but want to ridicule him when he heard these words. But he did not do this, because he faintly guessed at what Qin Chongqing wanted to express. The more naive, the more callous. Was this what he meant? Qin Chongqing knew what he was worried about. Patting him on the shoulder, he began to walk south. Tang 36 froze on the spot. After a while, he came to his senses and chased after him. To be continued. Chapter 51. In the last several hundred years, this was the day with the most red geese in the capital. From time to time, red geese would fly across the sky, leaving behind trails. The shocking news spread everywhere along with these traces. The Heavenly Tao Academy, the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education, the Prince of Xiang's estate, these trails revealed the powerful and callous will of the Li Palace, and also the attitude of the young pope. Suddenly, there were several cries of fear as the red geese scattered in all directions. The sky suddenly darkened. The common people on the streets raised their heads and saw a massive shadow obscuring the sky over the capital. The clouds roiled like furious waves as the shadow gradually revealed its true form. A black mountain range 10 some li long seemed to appear in the sky. The occasional ray of sunlight would reflect off the surface of the black mountain range, like a mirror. The weather abruptly turned cold, and snowflakes began to fall. The capital seemed to return to midwinter. At this sight, the common people recalled the terror their ancestors had felt when they were dominated by dragons and were terrified to the extreme. The massive shadow drifted toward the mausoleum of books. It seemed very slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The color of the river water around the mausoleum of books had deepened, giving off a much colder feeling. The shadow did not continue to invade the mausoleum of books through the main gate, nor did it go through the southern gate. Instead, it crossed the river, overflowed the green orange grove and the small courtyard with half a piece of cured meat hanging on it. Those clear and shallow canals ultimately enveloped the entire mausoleum of books. There was a person at the bottom of the shadow. His facial features were delicate and his eyes were clean. He seemed extremely fresh and clean. He was dressed in a divine robe and held a divine staff in his hand. His chi was incomparably divine. He was the embodiment of faith, the supreme good of the human world, the current pope. Very few people had seen this Chen Changsheng. The girls of South Stream Temple had their mouths slightly agape in shock. Su Yurong slightly tilted her head to size him up, a hint of a smile appearing in her clear and cold eyes. Shang Xingzhou turned to Chen Changsheng. His gaze pierced through the countless sword intents in the South Stream Temple sword array, also seeming to become incredibly sharp and awe-inspiring. But in the end, he still looked at Chen Changsheng. That year, when Chen Changsheng carried the Tianhai Divine Empress down the Mausoleum of Books, he walked towards the peak of the Mausoleum of Books, brushing past her, his eyes unwavering. Later on, he never saw his disciple again. Even though they had worked together in White Emperor City, even though master and disciple had conversed in the Orthodox Academy 3 years ago, he had not truly looked at him, but indifferently looked down on him from a higher position. Today was the first time he looked directly at Chen Changsheng. His eyes were very deep and obscure, just like the mountain in the cloud grave. It was impossible to see the truth clearly, but occasionally a ray of sunlight would shine down. It was an expression of admiration. This was also the first time. He felt that Chen Changsheng's performance today was quite good. When the Mausoleum of Books was in trouble, the Li Palace struck like a thunderbolt, taking control of the capital in the shortest amount of time possible. Whether it was his choice of timing or his forceful methods, it all showed that Chen Changsheng had truly matured. In a sense, his actions today could even smell the scent of an ambitious and ruthless person. These things seemed simple, but were actually very difficult. Chen Changsheng had remained silent for the past few days, as if he was not involved, but no one would truly believe that he was not doing anything. Countless eyes had been staring at the Li Palace this entire time. Shang Xingzhou had been watching him this entire time. Wang Jitsa was also watching him. Taoist Wu was their eyes. But Chen Changsheng had succeeded in deceiving them. It seemed that not even Su Yurong knew what he was thinking. When Shang Xingzhou was looking at Chen Changsheng with an expression of admiration for the first time, Wang Jitsa was looking at the shadow shrouding the Mausoleum of Books. He seemed to be thinking of something from the past, and a hint of reminiscence appeared on his face. The shadow suddenly vanished, transforming into a blizzard. A black-clothed girl appeared in the blizzard. Her expression was indifferent, her features picturesque, and her black dress exuded an extremely cold qi. Destroying Mount Mo, Prince Ping's estate, and bullying the Heavenly Tao Academy. She had played the most important role in the Li Palace's control of the capital today. As a member of the Black Frost Dragon race, although she had not yet matured and her Tao, technique, and soul could not fuse with the laws of the divine domain, from the moment she was born, her dragon body possessed a divine attribute that disregarded the difference in levels. To put it another way, she was fated from birth to become an expert of the divine domain. The 2 old guardians of the Tang clan and the old Taoist from the Monastery of Eternal Spring were all experts half a step from the divine, but in terms of pure fighting power, they were still inferior to a high-level divine being like her. As for destructive power, no one on the continent could compare to her, unless Su Yurong and Qiushan Jun could complete their third awakening. The dragon race had always been the most terrifying existence in the world, or else the experts of the divine led by Emperor Taizong would not have paid such an enormous price to force them to swear an oath to the starry sky and sign a contract, promising never to descend upon the continent again. But her name was not on that contract, because she had been imprisoned under New North Bridge at the time, and she was still very young, not even having her own simple name. The person who had imprisoned her under New North Bridge was Wang Jitsa. Zhusha, long time no see. Wang Jitsa smiled at the black-clothed girl. Zhusha was her simple name, or rather her human name. Even this name had been given by Wang Jitsa, and then Qin Zhong and the others had gotten used to calling her by this name. Upon hearing these words, and seeing that middle-aged scholar who seemed like time had no effect on him, the black-clothed girl paled. She had imagined many times how she would meet him again, hatefully thinking of how she would take revenge. But she had not expected that when they met again after several hundred years, she would still be filled with fear. She had been imprisoned underground for several hundred years, and even her name had been given by him. That memory was truly engraved into her bones, impossible to forget and chilling. Even she felt very cold, very afraid. Her body trembled, the shards of ice clattering against each other on her black clothes. At this moment, she looked just like a lonely little girl. She could destroy a mountain, flatten a mansion, reverse the entire situation in the capital. But Wang Jitsa had only said long time no see to make her feel so terrified that she had lost all ability to fight. The river of time constantly crashed against its banks, the river growing deeper and deeper until the bottom could not be seen, transforming into an abyss. As expected, a person like Wang Jitsa could only be described as unfathomable. Qin Changxing walked up to the black-clothed girl, blocking Wang Jitsa's line of sight. Wang Jitsa calmly gazed at him, his eyes still unfathomable. Qin Changxing earnestly said, "She is not called Zhusha." Wang Jitsa calmly replied, "I don't think so." Su Yurong walked down and said to him, "That's why I said that you've gone senile." Chapter 52. Earlier, Su Yurong had said that Wang Jitsa was senile. At the time, her words had caused an uproar both inside and outside the mausoleum of books. Even those southern cultivators who had followed her were somewhat dissatisfied. Now that she had said these words again, it was quiet both inside and outside the mausoleum of books. The situation had undergone a massive change. Everyone could hear that she was cooperating with Qin Changxing. After Qin Changxing appeared, Wang Jitsa did not speak to him, but first reminisced about old times with Zhusha. That long time no see contained far too many meanings. If it was a fixed momentum, it was as lofty as Mount Han. If it was a psychological attack, there was simply no way to follow. Anyone would find it very difficult to deal with this sort of move. The method Qin Changxing had chosen was to cut off the source. He stood in front of the black-clothed girl and told Wang Jitsa that was not her name. He could call her Hongzhuang, he could call her Zhizhi, or even that dragon name that had several thousand syllables in human language. In short, she was not called Zhusha, even if she had once called him by this name, because the present was no longer the past. She was no longer under New North Bridge, but at his side. All was quiet inside and outside the mausoleum of books. If one said that Su Yurong was not very polite to Wang Jitsa, it would not clash too much with the impression she had left on the world over the past 10-some years. Qin Changxing's unyielding attitude towards Wang Jitsa had taken many people by surprise. Why? In Mount Han, Qin Changxing had seen Wang Jitsa treading on clouds like he was a cultivator seeing the true starry sky for the first time. Like the vast majority of people in the world, he viewed Wang Jitsa as his idol. Today, Wang Jitsa stood across from him and Su Yurong, but his respect for this legend had not lessened until Wang Jitsa said those words. The little black dragon began to feel fear. Seeing her pale face, seeing the smile on Wang Jitsa's face, Qin Changsheng suddenly felt very angry. He found it impossible to accurately describe what sort of emotion this was, but he began to feel angry. In an extremely brief period of time, the reverence in his heart had greatly diminished, and he had also calmed down. As for Su Yurong, it was obvious from her attitude towards Wang Jitsa that she respected nothing but the great Tao. Just like this, the pressure that Wang Jitsa had created with a single sentence had been resisted by Chen Chongqing and Su Yurong in 2 sentences. Wang Jitsa faintly smiled and prepared to say something. Qin Chongsheng, however, looked elsewhere. The words that Wang Jitsa wanted to say could not come out. His expression became solemn. Qin Chongsheng didn't look at his master, but at Su Yurong. They quietly looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. This was because their minds were naturally connected, like a rainbow connecting the 2 places. His sword was like a rainbow. On Holy Maiden Peak, when their 2 swords joined together, a rainbow had appeared between them. Qin Chongsheng said, "I know you have been to the herb garden. I have also been there." Su Yurong said, "When I was little, the Empress once taught me that when encountering a major event, one must be calm. I just want to go and calm down." Qin Chongqing said, "I don't want to be like my master, and I don't want you to be like the queen." At these words, Wang Jitsa and the disciples of South Stream Temple turned to Shang Xingzhou within the sword array. Shang Xingzhou looked at the gloomy sky with an indifferent expression. No one knew what he was thinking, nor did he pay attention to the people in the hall. Su Yurong replied, "Have you ever thought that perhaps I just want to become like the Empress?" Qin Chongqing seriously replied, "No, because I know that you don't like that sort of life." He knew that she liked to stand on cliffs, admire the snow, listen to the rain, gather herbs, and read. Su Yurong faintly smiled and sighed. "I know that you also don't like to live this sort of life." She knew that from his childhood, he had become accustomed to guarding the temple, sweeping the snow, sheltering the rain, taking medicine, and reading. As for scheming, cheating, callous slaughter, and calm threats, none of them liked doing these things, but the situation was like this, so they had to do it. Moreover, they understood each other too well. They knew that the other did not like it, so they did not want the other to do it, so they wanted to do it themselves. Su Yurong attacked first. Qin Chongqing followed. A sword to the east, a sword to the west. The sword was unintentional, but it was intentional. They had not deliberately cooperated, but in the end, they still walked together. Only when 2 swords truly joined together could they have this sort of tacit understanding, giving off a feeling like it was made by the heavens. Su Yurong trapped Shang Xingzhou in the mausoleum of books and held back those princes. Qin Chongsheng brought the strength of the Li Palace and swept through the surroundings like a flood. The final result was perfect. The orthodoxy's conservative faction had been purged and the capital was under their control. With a decree from the palace, Shang Xingzhou might truly be defeated. Su Yurong did not need to become the 2nd Tianhai Divine Empress, and Qin Chongsheng did not need to go against his will and go on a killing spree. If Wang Jitsa had not appeared, Qin Chongsheng turned to Wang Jitsa and said, "I have always hoped that I would not see Sir here." Wang Jitsa replied, "I also hoped that I would not see Sir here." Qin Chongsheng replied, "I am the Pope, so there is no reason for me not to appear." "And Sir?" Wang Jitsa replied, "For the sake of all the people of the world, I had no choice but to come." Qin Chongsheng believed these words. He had met the Tang Old Master in Wenshui City and knew the true thoughts of these elders. These elders of Taizong's era were all true idealists. For the sake of their so-called goals and righteousness, for the sake of all the people of the world, these people were willing to sacrifice many things, like the little black dragon, their reputation, the lives of countless people, and even more important things. Qin Chongqing very much wanted to say that this was wrong, but he knew that saying this would be meaningless. He said to Wang Jitsa, It seems like we at least have a common understanding. All the people of the world are the most important matter." Wang Jitsa replied, "Yes, even though the people of the world might not know it." Qin Changsheng said, "So for the sake of all the people of the world, not suffering the calamity of war, not suffering the pain of being homeless and homeless, Sir has come from such a distant place to advise us to retreat." Wang Jitsa agreed, "Correct." Qin Changsheng asked, "Then why aren't you the ones retreating?" This was a very good question. Shang Xingzhou gazed at the distant sky, a smile that was difficult to understand appearing on his face. Wang Jitsa had a pensive look on his face. If one said that leading the human race forward required a valiant will and daring, as well as an outstanding ability to carry out tasks, what Su Yorong and Qin Changsheng had done today had already proved that they could become outstanding leaders. Shang Xingzhou had to admit this point, and Wang Jitsa had to admit this point as well. The current danger came from the confrontation between the two sides. The slightest carelessness could lead to 3 months of continuous war and the destruction of the human race's advantageous situation. The princes and the experts of the imperial court had all entered the mausoleum of books. The experts of the sects of the south had also walked out of the forest. Wang Pa had also come, hugging his blade as he stood in the distance. Several voices, some tough and some angry, rose up. Qin Changsheng was not seriously listening, but a few words had still drifted into his ears. There was no retreat. If he retreated, only death awaited him. Thus, Qin Changsheng asked another question. In the years to come, this question would become extremely famous. If all the people of the world are so important, why can't all of you die for them? His expression was extremely serious, his eyes bright and clean like a mirror, because he was not mocking them, nor was he angrily criticizing them. He truly could not understand. Wang Jitsa looked into his eyes and suddenly realized that he could not answer this question. To be continued. Chapter 53. If these words had been spoken out of anger or ridicule, they would have been easy to answer, but Qin Changsheng was seriously asking a question. He truly did want to know the answer to this question. When he saw Taoist Wu in the stone room and learned that Wang Jitsa would appear, he had begun to ponder this question, but he had never been able to find an answer. Since one side needed to retreat, why couldn't you retreat? If retreat meant falling into the abyss and dying, why didn't you die? Idealists who placed all living beings in the world above all were willing to shed their heads and spill their blood. Why couldn't they make this choice? Wang Jitsa didn't know how to answer this question. In his long life, he believed that he had not been mediocre, but had made some contributions, done many things for the human race, and he believed that he had an immense benevolence towards the world. So when he looked back on the past, he felt no regret, no shame. He was calm and confident. Only when he heard these words today did he realize that they were just skins of dough that had been blown hard by the wind. They simply could not be cooked into true delicacies. Wang Jitsa could not answer Qin Changsheng's question because he knew that it was a real question. The others did not know that it was a real question, so they naturally believed that Qin Changsheng was humiliating Wang Jitsa. Thus, angry retorts and sharp questions rang out incessantly. Then why don't you die? Your Holiness the Pope, you can also die. Do you and the Holy Maiden add up to the Taoist respect? Are you more important than Lord Wang? From a realistic perspective, these words were very reasonable. Qin Changsheng and Su Yorong were extremely talented in cultivation, but they were still very young and needed a lot of time to enter the divine domain. Shang Xingzhou and Wang Jitsa were legendary experts who had made their names many years ago. If the human race wanted to defeat the demons, the latter was naturally more important. My words are only related to reason, not to strength or weakness. Otherwise, Zhou Dufu would not have died back then. Qin Changsheng's words caused the voices in the hall to gradually grow softer. Even now, the entire continent was unable to determine whether Zhou Dufu was dead or alive. but countless guesses had been circulating over the centuries. These rumors were often related to Wang Jitsa, and they were extremely dark. Wang Jitsa seemed to think of something, his expression turning gloomy. Chen Changsheng continued, "Some people think that the common people of the world are the most important and that it is worth sacrificing countless people. And then they use this to ask me. That's why I asked that question. As for myself, I don't think that way, so I naturally don't need to answer this question." These words were in response to those questions and also for Wang Jitsa to hear. Wang Jitsa was silent for a long time before he sighed. "In the end, it's just selfishness." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Qin Changsheng was silent for a while and said, "So it's selfishness." Su Yurong looked at him quietly. She knew that he was sad at this moment. This wasn't the answer Chen Changsheng wanted to hear, although he should have already expected this before asking that question. From the 100 Herb Garden to the Mausoleum of Books, the stage was constantly changing, but it was still the same old plot. There was nothing new under the starry sky. But what would be the ending of the story this time? If, unfortunately, there was no if. After several hundred years, Wang Jitsa once again appeared in front of the world. How many people would still be willing to support Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong? The experts from the south said nothing, and the heads of the Mutuo clan and Wu clan were nowhere to be seen. How many of those Li Palace priests and orthodoxy cavalry loyal to Chen Changsheng still had the courage to raise their weapons when they learned that their opponent was Wang Jitsa? The prince of Zhongshan coldly snorted, displeasure appearing on his face. The other princes, ministers, and divine generals, on the other hand, were clearly much more relaxed. In their view, the outcome of today's battle was already extremely clear. At this moment, several young people walked into the Mausoleum of Books. They arrived in front of the divine path, met up with the elders of the Sword Hall, and then stood behind Su Yurong. In this entire process, they did not hesitate, did not discuss. Both their movements and expressions were extremely natural. Su Yurong faintly smiled at them. Qin Changsheng nodded in greeting. Wang Jitsa had never seen these young people before, but he could guess that they were Go Hanshi, Guan Feibai, and Baikai. The Mount Li Sword sect had been the vanguard of the human race's resistance to the demons in the last several hundred years. It had an extremely good reputation and great influence. Wang Jitsa lived in seclusion, so he also knew of these things, but he did not know of the many things that had happened in the last few years. When he saw that the Mount Li Sword sect so firmly stood on Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's side, he couldn't help but be rather surprised. The experts of the southern sects and the princes and ministers were even more shocked, or perhaps uneasy. Go Hanshi and the others were part of the extremely famous Divine Kingdom's 7 laws, but they were still young. The elders of the Sword Hall were the true elite experts. More importantly, their actions represented the will of the Mount Li Sword sect master. The will of an expert of the divine domain was something that even Wang Jitsa and Shang Xingzhou had to value. Soon after, another expert of the divine domain stepped forward. The chilly wind and snow fell on the pitch-black blade, but they did not melt, but stuck to it. Hugging his blade, Wang Pa said, "Qin Changsheng is right. If anyone should retreat, it should be you." Even if Mao Qiuyu and Chao Yinping were present, they would still find it very difficult to endure the pressure Wang Jitsa exerted. The Mount Li Sword sect master had not personally come, perhaps for this reason. But Wang Pa made no attempt to conceal his support for Qin Changsheng, even seeming to be showing off his abilities. The age of blooming wildflowers had begun with Wang Pa. Perhaps it was for this reason that the senior experts of the human race all greatly admired him. Other than Zhu Luo and Su Li, Wang Jitsa also greatly admired Wang Pa, so he was even more confused. He asked why. Wang Pa answered, "Because he is younger than all of you." He arched his brows. "Younger. To be young is to be correct," Wang Pa added. "Or perhaps it's easy to become muddle-headed when one is old." Wang Jitsa replied, Thinking too much truly will cause one to lose one's drive. But with the greater picture in front of us, we have no choice but to be cautious. Wang Pe asked, "When my clan was destroyed by the decree of Emperor Taizong, you said nothing. Was it also because of the greater picture?" Wang Jitsa arched his brows. He wanted to explain that he had already suspected His Majesty and no longer had any power over the court, and also, but when he saw Chen Changsheng's rather impoverished brows, he suddenly realized that this explanation was actually very meaningless. In the end, he could only bitterly laugh. At this moment, Shang Xingzhou suddenly said something to Qin Changsheng. "If you want to clearly see your master's intentions, just these words are not enough." It was hard to understand what he meant, but Chen Changsheng understood it because this was his intention in the first place. "Yes, so I've thought of a method that can help us clearly see what we really want." "What method?" "Since none of us is willing to retreat or die, and we still want to prove that we are correct, we have no choice but to fight. I thought we had always been on the battlefield." "No, there are too many people on this battlefield. Everyone has a reason to fight. But this is ultimately our business. Why should we drag the whole world into it?" Chen Changsheng looked at Shang Xingzhou and said earnestly, "Master, let's fight. We'll listen to whoever wins." I would like to recommend the new book by the young woman Lian Sanyue. The title of the book is "I Came from an Old Friend," and the introduction is as follows. He is the least cool and domineering CEO in the history of presidents. His original intention is to live up to the common people and the delicacies. So his wish is to enjoy world peace and eat delicious food. She is the most cool and domineering secretary in the history of secretaries. Her goal is to defeat the CEO, defeat the CEO, defeat the CEO, defeat the CEO. But the problem at hand is that the white horse is not the white horse. Who on earth is this CEO? There is only one question that bothers her. Oh my God, is this the person I want to avenge? In fact, I've been thinking about this plot for 2 months, but I'm still not satisfied with it. I've revised it many times. It's not until I've written the last sentence that I'm finally satisfied. I feel relaxed, calm, and relieved. The most difficult days are over, and the bright future lies ahead. Let them fight. Let us love each other. Love you all. To be continued. Chapter 54. The crowd did not erupt in laughter. For a very long time, there was no sound. It was a very strange feeling. Suddenly, a squirrel ran past a tree branch beside the spirit path, attracting the attention of a certain lieutenant of the Yulin Royal Guards, causing him to subconsciously let go of the iron spear in his hand. The heavy iron spear fell on the instep of his colleague beside him, making a dull sound. Ouch! The seemingly frozen atmosphere was broken. The crowd finally awoke from their stupor, expressions of absurdity appearing on their faces. There was an uproar. Qin Changxing's proposal was truly too absurd. This matter involved the imperial throne of the Great Zhou, the future of the human race, the materials to be used in the history books, and the lives and deaths of millions of people. He actually wanted to fight with his master to make a decision. The battle between Zhou Dufu and the Demon Lord in Luoyang truly had changed the course of history, but that had been a foreign war. If all the disputes of the world could be resolved through such simple methods, how could so many descendants of the imperial clan have died in the 100 Herb Garden? How could the Orthodox Academy have become a desolate graveyard 20-some years ago? This is an impossible matter. Wang Jitsa looked at Chen Changsheng and spoke with no hint of mockery, but rather consolation. Chen Changsheng said seriously, "Since we have to prioritize the lives of the world and don't want too many people to die, so that the human race won't be weak and won't give in, then let us fight to determine the winner. In the end, no matter if he or I die, everyone will still be alive. Isn't this the best method?" The crowd gradually fell silent at these words. They gazed at the gradually calming plume of dust to the south and the approaching plume of dust. They sensed the hidden killing intent and remained silent. The absurdity of Qin Changxing's proposal had been greatly diluted. Although it was still absurd, it also seemed reasonable. Crucially, Chen Chongsheng was right. Whether he died or Shang Xingzhou died, what did it have to do with them? They were still alive, and the capital would be fine. Was this not the most important matter? Wang Jitse's eyes turned somewhat more profound. The grand affairs of the world are not child's play, and certainly not a fight between children. Using a battle to decide the future of the human race was absurd no matter how one looked at it. Qin Changsheng looked at Wang Jisoo and said, "Ever since I was young, I've read many books. There are many plots and schemes in the books, but if you look deeper or think more simply, what difference is there between those things and the children fighting in Xining village? It just depends on whether they're fighting for candy, fish, the world, or the weight of a chapter in the history books." Wang Jitsa was silent for a very long time. Before Chen Changsheng and Go Han-shi became famous for being able to read the scripture of the way, he was the first genius to read the scripture of the way. The number of books he had read was definitely no less than Chen Changsheng's, but it was only today that he began to consider the contents of the books from a different perspective. Ruling a large country was like cooking a small fish. He had always thought that this was being cautious, but according to Chen Changsheng's words, it could be said that there was no need to care at all. The struggle for hegemony was like a fight between children. There was no need to mention the bloodshed in the palace. One had to know that even killing a fish would cause blood to flow. Wang Jitsa said, "I admit that your view might be reasonable, but your master won't agree." While Chen Changsheng and Wang Jitsa were speaking, Shang Xingzhou had maintained his silence. He stood in the south stream, temple sword array, with no intention of breaking it. He calmly gazed into the distance, his thoughts inscrutable. Qin Changxing knew that Wang Jitsa was correct. He understood Shang Xingzhou's thoughts better than anyone else. Shang Xingzhou was the world's most cautious, most astute and far-sighted person. He would always plan before taking action. Without absolute confidence, he would not act, and even if he did act, he would not leave behind any traces. Thus, even those meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion had died at his hand. Yet very few people in the world knew of Taoist Ji's existence. Thus, in the years after the bloody incident of the Orthodox Academy, not even the Tianhai Divine Empress could find a trace of him. A person like Shang Xingzhou would never place all his chips in a single battle, no matter how one looked at it. He was certain to win this battle, because what he wanted was a great undertaking that would last for ages, and as long as it was a battle, there would always be uncontrollable contingencies. How could Qin Changsheng convince him? When I saw Taoist Wu walk down from the stone wall, I began to think about how I should handle this matter. At this point, Qin Changsheng glanced at Su Yurong. It was also at that moment that he knew that Wang Jitsa would appear and that she would lose to his master. He turned to Wang Jitsa and continued, "And then I suddenly thought of a method." Hearing this, countless gazes fell upon him. Shang Xingzhou also turned to look at him, apparently wanting to know just what sort of idea he had. "I know that it will be very difficult for me to convince Master to agree to my proposal," Qin Changsheng said to Wang Jitsa, "but you can." Shang Xingzhou had invited Wang Jitsa to the capital so that he could convince Su Yurong not to engage in a crazy act of mutual destruction. Qin Changsheng had done nothing because he was also waiting for Wang Jitsa to appear. He hoped that Wang Jitsa could convince Shang Xingzhou to agree to his proposal. Yes, the only person that could convince Shang Xingzhou was Wang Jitsa. And since it's a fight, there's always a need for a referee. Qin Changsheng continued, "In the entire continent, only Sir has the right to be a referee, because Sir's reputation is sufficiently high that everyone trusts in Sir's impartiality." Wang Jitsa was quiet for a few moments, then said, "So you really were waiting for me to appear?" The crowd finally understood Qin Changsheng's words and his plans. Su Yurong had entered the palace late at night. Prince Chen Lu had gone to Luoyang, and while the capital was in a tense situation, he was in his stone room in the Li Palace, quietly comprehending the path of the sword. Why? Because he needed to prepare for this battle, because he was waiting for Shang Xingzhou to invite Wang Jitze. He had been waiting for Wang Jitze this entire time. But why was he so sure that Wang Jitze would help him? Just because of Wang Jitze's reputation and impartiality? Wang Jitze looked at Qin Changsheng and said, "I don't have a good relationship with your master." His expression became much colder. Qin Changsheng replied, "I know, but since Sir has come, it means that your relationship isn't as bad as I first imagined." The vast majority of the meritorious ministers and generals of the Lingyan Pavilion had died at Shang Xingzhou's hands. Shang Xingzhou was Emperor Taizong's most invisible and terrifying blade. Wang Jitze did not have a good relationship with Emperor Taizong, and he was also one of the portraits in the Lingyan Pavilion. Logically speaking, he should have hated Shang Xingzhou. Qin Changsheng used to think this way as well. But when he discovered that Wang Jitze would accept Shang Xingzhou's invitation to come to the capital, he began to re-examine the relationship between the two. He recalled that when he was being pursued by the demon lord in Mount Han, Wang Jitze had suddenly appeared. This made him certain that his master and Wang Jitze had always been in contact. Wang Jitze said, "You're wrong. My coming to the capital has nothing to do with your master." This goes back to the original sentence. All the people of the world. Qin Changsheng was rather surprised, but he was not disappointed. This so-called persuasion was still just a matter of choosing a side. As long as Wang Jitze was willing to stand on his side, Shang Xingzhou would have to agree to his proposal. Otherwise, Shang Xingzhou would have to pay an even greater price, a price that he rationally judged to be unbearable. The problem was, even if Wang Jitze was persuaded and no longer supported Shang Xingzhou, why would he help him? Or was it because of all the people of the world? This was admittedly a very powerful reason, but Qin Changsheng did not want to say this word. He had already used this word far too many times today, so many that he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He looked at Wang Jitze and seriously said, "Because Taoist will die." Chapter 55. Students, today the Q&A we talked about a few days ago has finally been published on the official WeChat account. It involves the plot and many gossip. The number of words is truly too many, more than 10,000, so it will be published over the next few days. I welcome everyone to read it. Then, because of a small error in operation, the official WeChat account opened for praise. Just now, I saw that quite a few friends had already praised it and spent money. Everyone, please don't do this. Black is ashamed. The money I received for praise will be donated in a few days. When the time comes, I will report to everyone. I'm not being pretentious, but I feel that Q&A is an exchange between me and you, not a way to earn money. In the future, if I write an article on the official account, I will calmly ask for money from everyone. The title of the chapter is Big Cuckoo Chicken. In the end, I hope that I can say in a very inconspicuous manner, today's chapter is not enough for 2,000 words, and there will be no updates tomorrow. A cold wind blew, and a light snow drifted. Taoist Wu's face was full of resentment, and his body was covered in blood. He sat cross-legged on the cold ground, constantly cursing at the sky. But he did not dare to move, not even lower his head, because the coldness around his neck was growing stronger and stronger. It was not because a snowflake had fallen into his collar. It was because Hua was staring at his neck from behind, a sharp dagger in her hand. Wang Jitze stared into Qin Changsheng's eyes, his brows slightly arched as his gaze became extremely sharp. When he saw Qin Changsheng appear in the mausoleum of books, he knew that Taoist Wu had failed. He did not care, thinking that with Taoist Wu's seniority and reputation, the Li Palace might imprison Taoist Wu, but they probably would not humiliate him. He had never imagined that Qin Changsheng would use Taoist Wu's life to threaten him. One could imagine that Taoist Wu was in an extremely terrible situation. Wang Jitze was rather unfamiliar with this feeling. It had been many years since anyone had dared to think about him, both good and bad. Back then, Shang Xingzhou had entered the estates of the Lingyan Pavilion, but he had never thought about him. Or else history might have taken a completely different shape, let alone threaten him. He calmly gazed at Chen Changsheng, saying nothing. He was the most famous scholar in the last 1,000 years, but he was definitely not a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, and he certainly had nothing to do with the word weak. In the past, he had led the allied army of humans and demi-humans from Tianliang County all the way to Shuala City, leaving a trail of blood and a trail of corpses. When it came to killing people, even if all the people in the mausoleum of books added together, he would not have killed as many people. His eyes were like an abyss, but there were also raging flames. Qin Changsheng, however, wasn't afraid at all. He calmly looked at him and didn't have any intention of retracting his words. With a light sound, the remaining snow danced in the air. Su Yurong's right hand lightly rested on the hilt of the temple sword, her pure white wings slowly moving. Go Hanshi's group and the 3 elders of Mount Li's Sword Hall said nothing. They took out their swords and prepared to charge. Wang no longer crossed his arms. His left hand gripped the scabbard, ready to draw his saber at any moment. When that blade that had once severed the Luo River was unsheathed once more, could that river outside the mausoleum of books still continue to flow? The elders of Gentle Stream Temple, 3 Suns Sect, and a few other southern sects struggled for a moment before finally raising the weapons in their hands again. The expressions of those from the imperial court turned ugly. Was he going to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement? After all, this was Wang Jitsa. This was Wang Po's way of the blade, Mount Li's way of the sword, and also Qin Changsheng's way. Straight. If Wang Jitsa did not agree to Qin Changsheng's proposal, Taoist Wu would die. It was that simple, that unyielding. The several princes of the Chen clan subconsciously turned to the Prince of Xiang. As the strongest member of the imperial clan, his attitude was extremely important, enough to influence the direction of the imperial court and the military. Prince Chen Lu had already fallen into the hands of the Li Palace. If the 2 sides really did tear into each other, would Prince Chen Lu still be alive? But when they looked over, they realized that the Prince of Xiang had at some point closed his eyes again. Was this because what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve? Or was he thinking about what to do if the Li Palace used his son's life to threaten him? Several hundred years later, when you look back on the past, you will realize that today you have begun to become the type of person you once loathed the most. Wang Jitsa's eyes regained their calm as he said to Qin Changsheng, "You might feel an unimaginable regret." Qin Changsheng recalled his conversation with Tang 36. Those conversations had taken place on the great banyan tree by the lake by the Winshui. The setting sun shone on the surface of the lake, sliced into millions of golden leaves, rich and somewhat tiresome. The fat carp, because it had eaten too much, began to slowly sink into the mud at the bottom of the lake. "I won't become the type of person you are," he said to Wang Jitsa. Wang Jitsa asked why. Qin Changsheng replied, "Because I don't want to become the type of person you are." Because there was no inherent logical connection, so there was naturally no reason. Wang Jitsa shook his head. "That is an unreasonable statement." Qin Changsheng looked at him and seriously asked, "Have you ever reasoned with me?" The grass by the lake was somewhat withered and yellow, still without green leaves. The bits of paper that fell on it were blown about by the wind. The teachers and students hurriedly left, inevitably leaving behind a mess. The current Orthodox Academy was just as cold and cheerless as the Li Palace. It was also like returning to the past 20-some years, like a graveyard. It was extremely suitable for the ensuing battle. No matter who died in the end, they would not mind being buried here. Whether it was a teacher or a student, they had all once been principals of this place, certain to leave an indelible mark on the history of the Orthodox Academy. Tang 36 stood by the lake, thinking about these trivial matters. At the beginning of spring, The lake should have already thawed, but because of the sudden drop in temperature today, a thin layer of ice once again formed on the surface of the lake. The fish had sunk to the deepest part of the lake. Although there was rotten mud everywhere, it was somewhat warmer. Suemo, you confirmed that all the teachers and students had already evacuated and came to the lake. He worriedly asked, "Are you sure he can succeed?" "I don't know." Tang 36 looked at the lake and said, "But I'm sure he won't be happy." Wang Jitsa said nothing more, because he could not answer Qin Changsheng's question. Then it could also be understood that he could not win against Qin Changsheng. He was well versed in the Taoist canon, knowledgeable, wise, and eloquent, but today, when facing Qin Changsheng, he was speechless again and again, because Qin Changsheng wasn't arguing with him, nor was he reasoning with him. What he said was the truth. I have the facts, I have the reasoning. Using Tang 36 evaluation, he was a person who lived a very pure life. Su Yurong's words were simpler and more accurate. Qin Changsheng was a real person. This was why she liked him. When Wang Jitsa fell silent, she raised her right hand. The sword Qi retracted, the awe-inspiring intent returning to the forest. The south stream, temple sword array dispersed. Shang Xingzhou appeared before the crowd, before Qin Changsheng's eyes. To be continued. Chapter 56. Master, back then, you had me go to the Lingyan Pavilion to read Lord Wang's notebook, saying that it contained a secret to defy the heavens and change fate, but I did not see it. When Qin Changsheng said this to Shang Xingzhou, the atmosphere in the mausoleum of books became rather strange. This was a secret that very few people knew. Even after master and disciple fell out, this secret did not spread. These words should have been said 3 years ago. But in Qin Changsheng's view, since all the conversations in Xining Village's old temple, including the passage of time itself, were just tricks, what meaning was there in asking such painful questions about the past? Moreover, he had obtained an extremely important heavenly tome monolith in the pavilion of ascending mist. He had seen many secrets in Wang Jitsa's notebook, and he had gained many insights. This had brought him an extremely important assistance in his cultivation career and had given him many warnings. He continued, "In that notebook I only saw the word eat people." Wang Jitsa's face revealed an expression of reminiscence, somewhat sorrowful, even sentimental. Written in that notebook were all that he had seen and heard in those years, the truest history of the great Zhou dynasty before and after its founding. The truest history was often the darkest. The seemingly peaceful sounds of reading in the poor alleys masked the wretched cries of countless pleasure boats on the Luo River. The seemingly dull life of the imperial court concealed countless glints and shadows of swords. Wang Jitsa had never mentioned the coup in the 100 Her Garden, but a few words that occasionally appeared already revealed the cruelty of that night. In the end, the so-called Golden Age could only fulfill one person's wishes. The steps leading to the highest point were littered with bloody corpses. That period and the several hundred years that followed were filled with fratricide between father and son, fratricide between brothers, fratricide between husband and wife, fratricide between ruler and subject. Then, fratricide between master and disciple was naturally not something too exaggerated. After a moment of silence, Qin Changsheng said, "I just don't understand why you don't do it yourself." On that snowy night, 3 years ago in the Orthodox Academy, he and Shang Xingzhou had discussed this question. At the time, he had already given his answer. Bringing it up again was only because he wanted to vent his emotions. Shang Xingzhou's temperament and Tao could be considered perfect. His only weakness was Qin Changsheng, because anything he did, even killing all the people of the capital, he could convince himself that he had a reason to do it. But on the matter of Qin Changsheng, he could not convince himself. The more it was so, the more he disliked Qin Changsheng. Starting from Xining Village, starting from that old temple, starting from many years ago, it had been like this. As time passed, the this feeling became heavier and heavier. He also increasingly disliked the version of himself that disliked Qin Changsheng. He didn't want to see Qin Changsheng. In the end, he even wished that Qin Changsheng had never appeared in this world. He didn't want to do it himself because that would only make his Tao heart restless. He hoped that Qin Changsheng would die at the hands of others. 3 years ago at the Tradition Academy, he said that as long as Qin Changsheng didn't return to the capital, he wouldn't do anything. But in the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation. Thus, Zhou Tong died, as did Chusu and the great western continent's Mu. Qin Changsheng didn't die in the snowy mountains and met with danger on Holy Maiden Peak. What we cultivate is the mind. In all things in the world, only the mind cannot be deceived. Qin Changsheng asked confusedly, "If I die in the hands of others, can you convince yourself that it has nothing to do with you?" Shang Xingzhou looked at him and said nothing. Finally, Qin Changsheng said, "Please do it yourself. At the last moment, you might be able to see your own heart clearly. Don't you want to try?" "I want to try." In the storm of Xuanyang City, when facing Zhu Luo, Wang Pa had said these words. In White Emperor City, when facing an opponent he could not defeat, Xian Yuan Pa had said these words. Su Yurong had said them, and Qin Changsheng had also said them. Compared to Shang Xingzhou, they were still very young. They had enough time to try and had room for error. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that when faced with a critical juncture where they needed to make a choice, they would be more courageous and direct. "Then, don't you want to try?" Shang Xingzhou calmly gazed at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's performance today had truly been outstanding, worthy of his admiration. And there was also that child in the imperial palace. His silence was even more splendid. However, these juniors still underestimated the meticulousness and terrifying magma-like power hidden behind his forbearance and silence. Even if Wang Jitze was persuaded to stay out of this matter, he was still confident that he could control the situation in the capital. There was no reason for him to agree to Qin Changsheng's request, but it was at this moment that he heard these words. This was the drop of honeydew hanging from the stem of the stone wall. It was beautiful and pure, easily moving one's heart. This made him recall many, many years ago when he was still a young Taoist priest. There was a monastery of eternal spring in Luoyang. There were 2 young Taoist priests in the monastery of eternal spring called Shang and Yin. At that time, they had not yet gone to the Li Palace Academy and the Orthodox Academy to seek the Tao. Their master was naturally an extraordinary figure, but in the end he silently died. Those were truly troubled times. Luoyang was besieged for a very long time. The demons covered the mountains and plains outside the city, and the world was filled with a stench of blood. They left Luoyang, accompanied by a youth surnamed Tang. During that journey, they saw many tragic scenes, which had a great impact on each of them. Ultimately, at a certain place, he stopped and said to the twilight that filled the mountains, "I still want to try." He concealed his identity and became a disciple of Emperor Taizong, becoming acquainted with many extraordinary people. Those people wore bright clothes and rode furiously, but he continued to stand in a gloomy corner, silent and inconspicuous. No matter how glorious he became later on, he remained like this. The demons had not yet been exterminated, so he could not relax for even a moment. In the end, he got used to this kind of life, and even liked it. His Majesty needed a person like him to assist him from the shadows in order to become His Majesty. Other than a scant few people, no one else knew that he was the legitimate successor of the orthodoxy, Shang Xingzhou. They only thought of him as Taoist Ji, who could treat illnesses. After he overthrew the Tianhai divine empress's rule, he disregarded the undercurrents of society and placed Zhou Tong in an important position. Besides the promise he had made, it was also because he did not feel that there was anything wrong with what Zhou Tong was doing. He had always done this for the past several centuries, but he would occasionally feel some regret. He was no longer a youth. Shang Xingzhou gazed at Qin Changsheng. at his calm and determined eyes, at his clear features, and thought to himself, "It's just this sort of youth." Several centuries had passed, and now was no longer the miserable years when Luoyang was besieged and everyone ate each other. No matter what the outcome of today was, no matter whether there would be internal strife or not, the human race would no longer need to worry about returning to those terrifying years, and people would no longer need to bitterly live. Did this mean that he also no longer needed to bitterly live? From now on, could he live a little more freely, a little more unbridled? He calmly gazed at Chen Changsheng, then suddenly said, "Fine, let us try and see if we can end the story." Emperor Xian was gravely ill, and Tianhai had no intention of returning to politics, so he began to write this story. The beginning of this story was that the continent covered in white sand, with the help of that existence on the other side of the sea of stars, bore fruit. So this story naturally had to end with the death of that fruit. Hold back the misunderstanding. Look at me. The story of choosing heaven will not end. To be continued. Chapter 57. The Orthodox Academy was very cold and cheerless, so quiet that it seemed like a tomb. All of the teachers, students, and servants had already left. Su Mou and Tang 36 were the last to leave the courtyard. Su Mou turned to look at the wall covered by ivy and worriedly said, "Just how is he going to fight?" Tang 36's gaze fell on the depths of the Tradition Academy. He was silent. This was the question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. Before the divine path of the Mausoleum of Books, countless gazes fell upon Qin Changsheng. Su Yurong walked to Qin Changsheng's side with soft footsteps. She did not stand at the front, nor did she deliberately fall back. She was standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Seeing this scene, no one felt surprised, nor did they feel surprised. Instead, their expressions became much more relaxed. From the moment Qin Changsheng had proposed to battle Shang Xingzhou, many people had already anticipated the scene. Whether in terms of seniority or cultivation level, Qin Changsheng was far inferior to Shang Xingzhou. There was no reason for him to challenge Shang Xingzhou head-on. That kind of rigid fairness was truly unfair. Even his enemies would not make such a request. He and Su Yurong working together was a matter of course. The entire continent knew that their combined swords possessed unimaginable might, even able to break through the limits of the divine domain. Even so, no one was optimistic that they could defeat Shang Xingzhou. Their combined swords had once pushed back Wuqiang by Unholy Maiden Peak, and in White Emperor City, they had clashed against an angel of sacred light from a foreign continent. However, their opponent today was Shang Xingzhou, the undisputed strongest expert on the continent. Shang Xingzhou's strength far surpassed Wu Qiangbai's, and he had once torn the wings of an angel in the sky. Even if it was, as Su Yurong had predicted, that Shang Xingzhou had always had a hidden injury, he still held an absolute advantage against Qin Changsheng and her. However, it was at this moment that Qin Changsheng said something very unexpected. "This is a matter between us, master and disciple. I hope we can solve it ourselves." He was looking at Su Yurong as he spoke, but he was also speaking to Wang Pa, the Mountly Sword sect, and the experts of the orthodoxy. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. How were they supposed to fight? Su Yurong was also very surprised. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. On the contrary, Shang Xingzhou quickly understood his meaning and indifferently said, "All right." Wang Zhisu also vaguely guessed Qin Changsheng's arrangements. Slightly raising his eyebrows, he said, "I have no objections." At this moment, the latest news from the capital arrived. The Orthodox Academy had already been cleared. Hearing this news, people thought that they had figured something out. The Orthodox Academy truly was the most suitable place for today's battle. But in the next moment, people realized that they still didn't know how Qin Changsheng was going to fight. Before going to the Orthodox Academy, Shang Xingzhou went to the Imperial Palace. The two places were not far apart, and there was only a mottled and old palace wall between them. The abnormal phenomenon was gradually disappearing, and there were still light snowflakes falling from the sky. Shang Xingzhou stood in the square, quietly looking at the majestic hall. Snowflakes fell on his hair and clothes, but they did not melt. Instead, they stuck to him, as if they had become an unreal existence. More than a dozen eunuchs and palace maids knelt in the corridor or by the stone steps outside the side door. They lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Their bodies trembled in extreme fear. His Majesty was in the palace. Shang Xingzhou looked over there quietly for a long time. In the end, he didn't enter the hall but turned and left. No one knew if his expression had changed at this moment. After hearing Eunuch Lin's whispered report, Yuren's fingers gripped his book, slightly tightened, his knuckles turning somewhat pale. While Shang Xingzhou was standing outside the hall, he had been reading the entire time. He was extremely focused, so his head was very low. No one knew if he had taken in the contents of the book, and no one could see if there had been any change in his expression. The protective array around the hall had been closed long ago. A chilly wind blew in through the window, rustling the pages of the book and causing them to rustle. The imperial palace was extremely quiet, just like that lonely mountain in the clouds when it had yet to awaken. After some time, the sound of running water could be heard from within the hall. It was followed by Eunuch Lin's voice, trembling from heartache. "Your Holiness, use a hot towel to warm your eyes." The Orthodox Academy was surrounded by people. This sort of situation had occurred many times before. After the Ivy Festival, the idlers of the capital had besieged the Orthodox Academy. Daoist Siyuan and Ling Haizhuang had forced their way through the all-school martial exhibition, and countless experts had come to challenge the Orthodox Academy. After the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, the Orthodox Academy had been besieged by the cavalry of the imperial court for 3 days. But today was very different from the previous few times, because it was very quiet outside the Orthodox Academy. Let alone noise or curses, not even the sound of discussion could be heard. The entire Jingdo was also quiet at this moment. From the nobles to the cultivators to the common people, everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming match between master and disciple. This match had not yet begun, but it had already been written in the annals of history. It could even be said that this was the most important match after the battle between Zhou Dufu and the Demon Lord. The grand examination that had always attracted the attention of the entire continent had long since been forgotten. Those examinees and the priests of the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education were still in the green leaf world, so it was hard to say if they had sensed anything strange. The green leaf was placed in a room in a restaurant outside the Orthodox Academy. Tang, 36, did not even glance at it. He was looking outside the restaurant. All the streets around the imperial palace were under martial law. There were many people in 100 Flowers Lane. He saw Wang, the Prince of Xiang, the Prince of Zhongshan, the old lady of the Mutuo clan, who had reappeared at some point, Ling Haizhuang, who had hurried over from the Heavenly Dao Academy, Daoist Yuan, who had hurried over from the Road of Peace, but he did not see Su Yurong. Su Yurong went to the Orange Garden. The Prince of Loyang's face was pale as he paced back and forth in his room, muttering to himself, "What do I do? What do I do?" Mo was also very worried. Seeing him like this, her mood worsened. She asked, "Just what is he thinking?" Su Yurong softly replied, "I don't know." Somewhat annoyed, Mo said, "Then you should be watching over there. What are you doing here?" Su Yurong looked at her and said, "I've come to remind you what you should do according to the agreement I made with His Majesty." Mo slightly creased her brow. "Even if you know that there's a high chance that he will lose?" Su Yurong calmly replied, "If he loses, then directly attack." Mo froze, thinking, as expected, only you have the right to be the Empress's successor. There was no spring, summer, or autumn in the house. The temperature in the room was extremely low, like it was in the middle of a bitter winter. Chun Changsheng sat in front of the window, his eyes closed. On the table was a bamboo dragonfly and the divine staff. The little black dragon stood behind him, constantly exuding a dragon's breath. No frost had formed on the floor because all the cold was accurately landing on Chen Chongqing's body. A low temperature could heal the smallest wounds, allow the body to maintain its strength, and allow the sea of consciousness to be even more tranquil. In that stone room in the Li Palace, he had spent many days calming his mind and comprehending the sword, having already made many preparations. But he knew that if he wanted to defeat a person like his master, no amount of preparation was enough. After some time he opened his eyes, took up the divine staff, and walked out of the room to go to a room on the first floor. He put away the divine robe, then opened his wardrobe and took out that unlined garment to change into. This room was Zhixiu's, and this garment was also Zhixiu's. The front of this garment was very short, and the sleeves were even shorter. It was extremely suitable for battle, even more suitable for putting one's life on the line. After doing these things, he walked out of the house. Shang Xingzhou was already standing by the lake. Wang Jitsa was not far away. Chun Changsheng stretched out his hand and threw something over. Wang Jitsa caught it, glanced at it, and then sighed. It really was that black stone. To be continued. Chapter 58. I really don't know how to write a chapter title. It just so happens that it's a big climax. So let's start with exclamation marks. I won an award at a meeting a few days ago. Thank you, Yuewin. Thank you, everyone. I will continue to write novels seriously. The number of novels might be a little lacking, but the quality is pretty good. Just like this chapter and the following chapters, I have been preparing for 2 years. It feels pretty good. Looking at the black stone in his hand, Wang Jitsa sighed. This black stone was originally his. Qin Changsheng took it out from the stone wall of the Pavilion of Ascending Mist after the grand examination. Back then, Wang Jitsa had played this trick in the Lingyan Pavilion on a whim, but it was more out of mischief, a silent mockery of Emperor Taizong. He did not expect that after so many years, there would still be someone who knew of the secret, and that someone would obtain this black stone. Then it was a night of starlight that enveloped the capital, and Chen Chongqing's name spread far and wide. Many people said that Chen Chongqing was very similar to him, whether it was talent, temperament, or experience. Chen Chongqing had obtained the item that he had hidden within the Pavilion of Ascending Mist. In a sense, he was his successor. Perhaps it was because of these reasons that Wang Jitsa had always admired Qin Chongsheng. Thus, he had appeared in Mount Han and protected Qin Chongqing's life from the Demon Lord. Today, he came to the capital to persuade Su Yurong because he had good intentions towards Qin Chongsheng. When he caught the black stone that Chen Chongsheng threw over, he realized that what he did was completely unnecessary. Qin Chongsheng had already prepared himself, prepared to fight against his master. He chose the most suitable battlefield. It was the place the black stone led to. While Wang Jitsa was looking at the black stone, the little black dragon was also looking at him, her eyes brimming with hatred. After being imprisoned for hundreds of years, one could imagine how deep the hatred was. When she saw Chen Chongqing throw the black stone to Wang Jitsa, she became even angrier and gave a cold snort. Wang Jitsa ignored him and said to Shang Xingzhou and Qin Chongsheng, "Please take care of yourselves." Shang Xingzhou's expression was indifferent, and he did not reply. Chen Chongqing calmly returned the greeting and nodded at the black dragon. A cold wind suddenly blew, and snowflakes danced in the air. The little black dragon left the Orthodox Academy. Shang Xingzhou looked towards Qin Chongsheng. Waves rose even though there was no wind. The thin ice on the surface of the lake shattered and turned into cold mist. The lake water rose and fell. At first it was gentle, but then it became violent, slapping against the shore and rolling up the snow. The waves broke through the air, producing countless water droplets like a torrential rain. Qin Chongsheng looked towards Shang Xingzhou. The master and disciples' eyes met. There was a muffled boom. Whether it was the dancing snowflakes, the cold mist formed by the thin ice, or the torrential rain formed by the splashing of the lake water, they all turned into green smoke. Countless wisps of green smoke flowed everywhere on the surface of the lake, refracting the light from the sky and creating countless magnificent images, among which there was a faintly discernible rainbow. The mist and dust gradually disappeared. Qin Changsheng and Shang Xingzhou's figures had already disappeared. Wang Jitze walked to the great banyan tree and looked at the distant end of the rainbow, silent. The Orthodox Academy was truly the most suitable battlefield for this master and disciple. But the battle had begun in the Garden of Zhou. The Garden of Zhou was a miniature world with very special rules. The upper limit of the cultivation that the Garden of Zhou could accommodate was determined by the cultivation of the Garden of Zhou's master. When Zhou Dufu was still alive, his strength was incomparably tyrannical, so the level of cultivation that the Garden of Zhou could contain could naturally be considered limitless. Whether it was the demon lord of the past, the mighty black frost dragon, or the heroic and insufferably arrogant Qin Xuanba, or those supreme experts that came after him, they could all enter the Garden of Zhou and display their peak strength within it. From a certain perspective, this also indirectly or prematurely proved that the strength of these experts could not surpass Zhou Dufu's. At most, they were on the same level. After Zhou Dufu's death, the Garden of Zhou lost its master, and its rules changed on their own. Only ethereal opening cultivators could enter, or else they would trigger the seal and trigger the destruction of the rules, or perhaps even cause the collapse of the Garden of Zhou. Now that the Garden of Zhou was in Qin Changsheng's hands, the upper limit of the level of cultivation that it could contain had been restored to the peak of star condensation. In the last few years, whether it was when he faced the demon lord in Mount Han or the snowy mountains, or when he faced other experts of the divine domain, Qin Changsheng had never attempted to use the Garden of Zhou to trap them, other than worrying about the grasp these divine domain experts had over the laws of space. He was even more worried that the Garden of Zhou would collapse. Just like when the golden-winged Great Peng appeared and 10,000 swords formed a dragon. Today's situation was completely different. This was an invitation to a battle. By agreeing to enter the Garden of Zhou, Shang Xingzhou had agreed to this condition. He would suppress his cultivation to below the divine domain. In this way, he would not be attacked by the laws of the Garden of Zhou, and the Garden of Zhou would not be in danger of collapsing. More importantly, the cultivation levels of master and disciple would be pulled to the same level. The two sides would compete in Taoist techniques, battle prowess, and intelligence. This would be a fair battle. The first to sense the spatial distortion in the Orthodox Academy were Wang, Pe, and the Prince of Xiang. And then there were the three elders of Mount Li's sword hall that had once guarded that rainbow. Soon after, more and more people knew what had happened in the Orthodox Academy. The silence caused by shock and surprise did not last for too long. The silence in 100 Flowers Lane was finally broken. The Prince of Zhongshan sneered, and several divine generals revealed expressions of derision. The sound of cups smashing came from a tea-house, clearly rather flustered and exasperated. It was no secret that Qin Changsheng was the master of the Garden of Zhou. Logically speaking, he could use the laws of the Garden of Zhou to fight, possessing an enormous advantage. But still, no one believed that he could defeat Shang Xingzhou. They were separated by an entire cultivation level. Even if Shang Xingzhou had suppressed his cultivation to below the divine domain, this gap still existed. Existence was existence, and it would not disappear for any reason. Whether it was experience, intelligence, insight, or any other domain, Shang Xingzhou far surpassed Qin Changsheng. How could someone who had once traversed the vast ocean be unable to cross a small stream? How could someone who had climbed the highest snowy peak not know how to walk when they returned to the ground? It was just like the little black dragon. Although she had not yet matured and formally entered the divine domain, a few of her attributes were innately in the divine domain, so she could be called invincible beneath the divine domain. Shang Xingzhou, who had suppressed his cultivation to below the divine domain, was a similar existence and even more terrifying. How could Qin Changsheng defeat him? More importantly, even if Qin Changsheng had some mystical trick hidden in the Garden of Zhou, at the most crucial moment, Shang Xingzhou was completely capable of forcefully withdrawing from the Garden of Zhou. At that time, what could Qin Changsheng do? As the people involved, Qin Changsheng and Shang Xingzhou naturally thought through the problem even more thoroughly. They were currently standing at the very front of Sunset Valley. The red sun in the distance slowly circled the plains, painting the cliffs red. In the past, many extraordinary people had come here. Zhou Dufu, Chen Xuanba, the master of the mountain sea sword, and many more. Many miracles had occurred here. For example, when Su Yorong was on the verge of death, her phoenix soul had awakened once more. You want to create a miracle, but this place has long since proven that there are no miracles. Shang Xingzhou said, Shika lost, the founder of Mount Li lost, and Chen Xuanba also lost. It will always be Zhou Dufu who wins. If there was such a thing as fate, then the explanation for fate was that the strong would always be strong. In front of true strength, hot-bloodedness, desire, dreams, ideals, persistence, courage, sacrifice, these seemingly beautiful words were meaningless. Qin Changxing said, Master, you said that I wouldn't live past 20, but I did it. Shang Xingzhou said, that was also because I relied on her strength. But that was not fate, at least not the fate you arranged for me. Chen Changsheng gazed at the plains below Sunset Valley, at the watergrass that was countless times more fertile than it was 3 years ago, and at the faintly discernible herds of beasts. After a moment of silence, he turned to Shang Xingzhou and said, I call this a miracle. Shang Xingzhou calmly looked at him and said, Is that so? His Taoist sleeve fluttered as he raised his left hand. 5 steady and slender fingers were aimed at Qin Changsheng. A cool breeze blew, causing the old trees of Sunset Valley to sway. It was a very beautiful sight, but Qin Changsheng felt an intense danger. Without hesitation, his hand landed on the hilt of his sword. He prepared to pull out the stainless sword and hold it horizontally across his chest, using the stupid sword that he had not used in a very long time. He wore Zheshio's clothes, and the cuffs were very short. His shoulders had always been very relaxed. In the entire continent, no one besides Lu Qing could draw a sword faster than him. If this was not enough, he still had even faster swords. He only needed a thought for the several thousand swords in the sheath to flow out in a single line, forming a sea of swords. Let alone Shang Xingzhou, who had suppressed his cultivation to below the divine domain. Even the usual Shang Xingzhou would find it impossible to instantly break the South Stream Temple Sword Array. He only needed a few moments to find an opportunity, and yet his hand could not land on the hilt of his sword. The several thousand swords also could not rise into the air and form the South Stream Temple Sword Array, because his sword had disappeared. Both the stainless sword and the sheath had disappeared. The cool breeze of Sunset Valley ruffled his belt, but there was nothing on it. In the next moment, a sword appeared in Shang Xingzhou's hand. His fingers were slender and steady, as if this sword had always been his. Everything you have was given to you by me, including this sword and this sheath. Shang Xingzhou calmly said to him, And how can you defeat me? A cool breeze lingered, but a chill seeped into the bones. Clouds rose from beneath his feet. Shang Xingzhou floated in front of Qin Changsheng, his right hand descending. This palm seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it seemed to conform to the principles of the world, giving off an unavoidable feeling. Qin Changsheng could not avoid it. Shang Xingzhou's palm landed on his chest. There was a light slap. Qin Changsheng was jolted off the cliff. He drew an arc in the sky outside Sunset Valley. Like a falling leaf, like a stone, he noiselessly plummeted to the plains several li away. To be continued. Chapter 59. The sky in the Garden of Zhou was lower than the sky in the real world, so it was easier to measure distance with the naked eye. As he fell from Sunset Valley to the ground, Qin Changsheng could clearly see the dark blue sky rapidly growing further and further away. The biting cold wind cut at his face like a knife, making him think of the time when he was being pursued by Nank's twin wings in the garden of Zhou several years ago. He had broken out of the lake, and just when he was about to be killed, a hand had suddenly extended out of the night sky and grabbed him by the collar, bringing him far away. Alas, Su Yurong was not in the garden of Zhou today, so it was naturally impossible to catch him. Fortunately, the bottom of Sunset Valley was covered in water plants and lakes, so perhaps there was a chance of survival. A massive boom resounded in his ear. The soft surface of the lake became incomparably hard, and countless streams of pain surged from every part of his body into his mind. At that moment, he felt like all his bones were about to break. Countless streams of green, ice-cold lake water madly poured toward his face, constantly slapping against it. He once more thought of the scene from 3 years ago when he was fleeing for his life in the lake. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips, diffusing into the water and transforming into a faint pink mist. Several hundred fish swam out of the surrounding water plants, almost madly swimming into the mist of blood, constantly shuttling back and forth. After the Tian Hai Divine Empress had defied the heavens and changed his fate, his blood was no longer the delicious yet poisonous honey, but it still possessed unimaginable benefits. No matter what level of life it was, they all instinctively wanted to get close to his blood. The desire to get close was sometimes greed, and there was no difference between the two. Those fish madly swimming in the mist of blood were just like some humans. In the face of an enormous temptation, they had no reason to speak of. On the contrary, those people whose minds were not clear were less susceptible to this sort of temptation. Before falling unconscious, Chen Changsheng had been thinking about these trivial problems, and finally he thought of Nank. He closed his eyes and calmly lay on the bottom of the lake. The water plants slowly danced around him, occasionally touching his feet. They were like the hands of a demon stretching out from the void, wanting to drag him into a bottomless abyss. He opened his eyes. From falling unconscious to waking up, only an extremely short amount of time had passed. The surface of the lake had not been completely filled with water. Chen Changxing raised his head to look at the water and began to move. His feet moved at an unimaginable speed, bringing up 2 water dragons. His imposing manner was astonishing. With a splash, a white pillar of water appeared on the surface of the lake. It looked like a waterfall flowing backwards towards the sky. Chen Changsheng landed on the lakeside and prepared to rush towards another small lake in the northeast direction. That small lake could lead to the other side of the Garden of Zhou. As long as he got there, he should be able to hide for a while under the cover of the remnant sword intent left by the heaven-shrouding sword. He needed this time to think about what had happened. At the very least, he needed to stabilize his current injuries. But he suddenly stopped and turned around. Shang Xingzhou stood on the opposite shore and looked at him expressionlessly. Chun Changxing's face was a little pale. He had been born without filth, had undergone a perfect purification in the Orthodox Academy, and had bathed in dragon blood at the bottom of New North Bridge. Besides the demon lord, no one could compare to the toughness of his body. Coupled with the transformation at the most crucial moment, he was still alive after falling from Sunset Valley Peak to the ground 10 some li away. However, he was still injured, quite badly. His ribs were not broken, but there were already cracks on them, and the pain was deep into his bones. Most importantly, his sea of consciousness had been greatly shaken, and his Tao heart was unable to calm down. Most despairing of all was that he had no sword, not even the sheath. This meant that he could not summon the several thousand swords in the sheath. In the last few days, he had been ceaselessly practicing the sword in the stone room of the Li Palace, quietly contemplating and comprehending, adjusting his condition to its peak, all for today's battle. For today's battle, he had prepared a great deal. The 3 swords that Su Li had passed on to him, the sword intense he had experienced at Mount Li, the sword division art of South Stream Temple, and even the sword array had all been thoroughly mastered by him. He believed that in his peak condition he would have the right to challenge his master in the Garden of Zhou. However, Just as this battle had begun, he had lost his sword. All his swords. He had been able to defeat so many powerful foes in the last few years by relying on the sword. He had been called a genius of the path of the sword by the common people, and now many people even believed that he was a grandmaster of the path of the sword. But if he lost his sword, what else could he do? What else could he be? The problem now was, how had Shang Xingzhou been able to snatch away all his swords with just a stretch of his hand? To Qin Changsheng, this was not a problem. It was just that in the past few years he had forgotten these things. Many years ago he had cut off the whisker of that golden dragon by the stream, forged it into a sword, and given it to his disciple. That was the stainless sword that Qin Changsheng had carried with him for many years. That sheath had once been the Li Palace's treasury peak. It had also been Shang Xingzhou who had taken it from the Li Palace and given it to him. Shang Xingzhou was correct. Whether it was the stainless sword or the vault sheath, he had given them both to Qin Changsheng. Even the engagement with Su Yurong had been given to Qin Changsheng by him, when Yuan had refused. Since he had bestowed everything to Qin Changsheng, he could naturally take it back at any time. This was the right and also the ability. Without question, this was the most powerful method of victory. But this method had been hidden a little too deeply, so deeply that it chilled one's heart. It had been 10 years since he had received that dagger in Xining Village's old temple, hadn't it? Shang Xingzhou's next words were even more chilling. How old are you this year? Qin Changsheng was his student, and he had raised him in Xining Village. But he did not know Qin Changsheng's age. Whether it was intentional or not, it was still cold. Qin Changsheng replied, "No matter how old I am, I'm over 20. Shang Xingzhou did not care about the hidden meaning in these words. My talent is inferior to yours, so I'll add 10 years. Qin Changsheng understood his meaning. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay." Just who was stronger, the 30-year-old Shang Xingzhou or the 20-year-old Qin Changsheng? No one knew. Even after today's battle, no one would know. Because Qin Changsheng had no sword. Splash! The splashing of water could be heard. The fish chased the bloody mist to the surface of the water. The lake water roiled restlessly. It seemed very lively and festive, but after looking at it for a long time, it also made one feel somewhat nauseous. Several flowers of blood suddenly bloomed on the surface of the water, and the mutilated fish sank to the bottom. Shang Xingzhou had vanished on the other shore. Qin Changsheng had also vanished. A footprint appeared in the surrounding water grass. Soon after, a second footprint appeared even farther away. The footprints appeared out of thin air. No connection could be seen between them, making them seem particularly strange. When Qin Changsheng next appeared, he was several hundred zhang away, next to a forest. And when Shang Xingzhou next appeared, he was right in front of him. He had used the Yesher step, but he still could not defeat Shang Xingzhou's movement technique. Then why not try a fist? A scene appeared in his sea of consciousness. Bianhong calmly gazed at him, his finger pressed against the center of his brow. And then countless scenes came pouring in. These scenes contained streams of light, each stream of light a fist. The scenes vanished. The countless streams of light became a single stream of light. The countless punches became a single punch. Qin Changsheng clenched his fist and smashed it at that familiar yet strange face. To be continued. Chapter 60. Back in White Emperor City, Bianhong had used the supreme technique of Shiling's 10,000 Years Pavilion, 1 point of red, to imbue his experiences with the angel of sacred light into Qin Changsheng's mind. Contained within it was the essence of the fist style he had used in the last few years of his life. In the past, Bianhong did not have the habit of using fists. In the Battle of the Mausoleum of Books, he had personally seen the Tianhai Divine Empress's fists exude an aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. He had been enlightened and created this fist style. This did not mean that he was submitting to the Tianhai Divine Empress. On the contrary, this attitude of learning from the strong represented true fearlessness. The fearless fist possessed unimaginable power. When Qin Changsheng swung his fist, the air in a radius of several hundred zhang was stirring up a gale. The forest fell neatly to his back as a sign of their awe. Shang Xingzhou also failed to avoid this fearless fist, but he caught the punch. With a boom, bits of grass, water, and mud flew through the air, obscuring the sun. The forest slowly straightened and the fierce winds gradually vanished. Crushed by this terrifying strength, the soft ground neatly sank, becoming countless times harder. Qin Changsheng's fist was pressed against his palm, unable to advance any further. If the vault sheath were still at his side, he could think of tensome methods to launch the fiercest attack at Shang Xingzhou. But now he didn't even have a sword. Fortunately, this did not mean that he could not attack. The temperature on the edge of the plain suddenly began to rise, the nearby watergrass even turning scorched yellow. Qin Changsheng used his most powerful and most decisive blazing sword. The jinqi in his body began to burn violently. Through his right arm, which had transformed into a sword, it continuously gushed toward Shang Xingzhou. Shang Xingzhou's expression did not change, remaining indifferent. He was like a majestic mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. An extremely vigorous energy emerged from his palm. Qin Changsheng's fist could not advance another inch. This vigorous energy was rather special. It did not seem like it was condensed from star radiance. It was even fiercer, seeming to possess real heat. From the signs, it seemed more like Qin Changsheng was using the blazing sword to mobilize his true essence. Qin Changsheng vaguely guessed at a possibility and was very shocked. But he had no time to think because Shang Xingzhou's counterattack had arrived. Just like at the summit of Sunset Valley, Shang Xingzhou's right hand seemed to fall casually, like a leaf falling into the wind, its trajectory impossible to capture. Qin Changsheng still couldn't avoid it. Shang Xingzhou's right hand landed on his chest. It was very gentle, but it contained the power of heaven and earth. 2 deep furrows appeared on the hard ground that had just sunk in. Qin Changsheng retreated to the edge of the furrow. His calves hit the ground, and his entire body flew up. He was like a stone thrown by a strong man. With a whistling sound, he became a small black dot in the sky. Shang Xingzhou's gaze followed and landed several miles away. For some reason, he wasn't happy, nor was he as indifferent as before. Instead, he frowned. A cool breeze suddenly blew, and his Taoist sleeves fluttered. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew toward that direction. A few miles away, Qin Changsheng was lying in the water, face down, looking like a corpse. Suddenly, he flipped himself up, and without even turning his head to look, he dashed forward. He was as fast as a galloping horse, leaving behind a trail of splashes. However, one could faintly see that his right arm was somewhat stiff, as if it had been injured. No one could take on Shang Xingzhou's 2 palms, even if he had to suppress his cultivation in the garden of Zhou. Qin Changsheng was still alive and could still run. Besides the strength of his body, more importantly, Shang Xingzhou's 2 palms had not completely landed. In the final moments of Shang Xingzhou's 2 palms, he had raised his arm to his chest to block. Without a sword, he still had to use a sword. Before he had used the blazing sword, he had already used the stupid sword, the number 1 defensive sword in the world. Moreover, he couldn't avoid Shang Xingzhou's palms that fell like leaves, but he could choose where to be attacked. He could also choose how to neutralize the force of the attack. He had even used the Yesher step once in the air, so he knew where he would land. This place was already the plains of the unsetting sun, precisely the place he wanted to come to. After confirming that he could not use the Yesher step to escape Shang Xingzhou, he began to prepare for what would happen next. It seemed like he had succeeded. The screeching and grinding sounds coming from the grassland seemed to be celebrating for him. In reality, the variant flood dragons and the other monsters had smelled his qi and had come to welcome him. The monsters very quickly sensed Shang Xingzhou's presence. Despite their fear, the monsters still courageously rushed over. 10 some variant flood dragons swam through the water plants, erasing the traces Qin Changsheng had left behind. Even more variant flood dragons, carrying a putrid qi, noiselessly made their way toward Shang Xingzhou, who was several li away. A few black dots appeared in the distant sky, most likely the gray vultures on their way. It was likely that, in a little while, the tide-like monsters would drown the plains. But this was not Qin Changsheng's original intention. Taking the risk of being discovered by Shang Xingzhou, he shouted, "Withdraw!" Shang Xingzhou was standing on a solitary reed, lightly bobbing up and down in the wind. He heard the faint sounds coming from the water and sensed the qi hidden in the plains. Arching his brow, he said, "Evil creature, you're seeking death." Just at this moment, a voice exploded like thunder, spreading over the entire plains. It was Qin Changsheng's voice. Shang Xingzhou's raised brow gradually fell. He was rather surprised. No monster dared to disobey Qin Changsheng's orders, because he was the master of the Garden of Zhou, and also because he had saved the world. The obedience of monsters to him stemmed from their souls and their instincts. After hearing his order, even the most ferocious and untamable wind wolves silently retreated. In front of the mausoleum of Zhou, the massive beast and the mountain-toppling fiend glanced at each other, then lowered their bodies once more. The plains returned to silence. The only sounds were the cries of insects and the gentle gurgling of water. Qin Changsheng's feet landed on solid ground. The white grass was his path, the frost was the same as before, and the shabby temple was still in its original place. He rushed into the old temple and sat down behind the statue of a god. His breathing was somewhat heavy, his face even paler. He took a needle from his finger and pierced it into 2 qi openings in his neck, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. The suppressed Shang Xingzhou was not the strongest opponent he had encountered in his life, but the pressure he exerted was the greatest. Whether it was his encounter with Zhu Luo in Xunang City or the demon lord in Mount Han, neither was as unbearable as today. From the peak of Sunset Valley to this shabby temple, it had not been very long. They had only exchanged 2 blows, but he was already exhausted to the extreme. This was probably the psychological pressure a student had to endure when challenging a teacher. But he did not know how long he could endure, nor did he know how long he was prepared to endure. Qin Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. Shang Xingzhou was outside the temple. Chapter 61. Qin Changsheng's gasps became extremely gentle, and the intervals between them became extremely long. However, they did not completely disappear, appearing extremely natural. They were like the stones in a stream and the fish swimming around them. There was movement, but it did not attract anyone's attention. He even had the mood to glance at the sky outside the temple. The sky was azure, painted with a few wispy clouds. It was very beautiful. There was a black dot at the edge of the clouds, probably the gray vulture in charge of surveillance. According to his orders, countless monsters hid in the sea of grass, not approaching the white grass path. He knew how powerful and terrifying his master was. If he let the monsters attack, even if he could buy himself some time and obtain some benefits, the monsters would inevitably pay an enormous price. Perhaps even the entire sea of grass would be dyed red. And just as he had said to the people of the Mausoleum of Books, since it was a matter between master and disciple, it should be resolved between master and disciple. There was no need to involve the entire world. Shang Xingzhou had agreed to his request and taken back everything he had bestowed upon him. He had even said that his talent was inferior to Qin Changsheng's, so he had to add 10 years. He was very calm and very calm. Master and disciple would fight based on their own ability. This was true fairness. But there were some things that Qin Changsheng did not understand. He had a stainless body, his purification and ethereal opening were both perfect, and when he was at star condensation, all 108 chi openings had been opened. Even if he lacked the tempering of time, the resources and experience of fighting experts, Why was the gap between him and his master so great? This had nothing to do with modesty or self-confidence, and it had nothing to do with emotions. In terms of reason and logic, he found it impossible to accept this fact. Shang Xingzhou's palm technique was very profound. But what about that power? Just what was that power that could faintly break through the limits of the laws beneath the domain? Chen Chongqing looked at the sky outside the temple and thought about this matter. The sun that slowly revolved around the plains of the unsetting sun appeared in that sky, barging into his field of vision. That red sun was not dazzling, and it had no real temperature. The sun in the garden of Zhou was fake. In the outside world there was a real sun. That sun had an unimaginable amount of heat and emitted an endless radiance. Qun Changsheng suddenly understood. Shang Xingzhou cultivated the myriad Taoist techniques, but the foundation of his true essence was not the orthodox orthodoxy's star radiance entering the body, but the blazing sun style. But wasn't that something only the Chen imperial clan could cultivate? Suddenly, the black hair on Qin Changsheng's temples slightly curled up. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and a pale blue flame appeared at the edge of the incense table. It was as if a real sun had appeared in this broken temple. Without hesitation, Qin Changsheng struck backwards with his left hand. At the same time, his feet pushed against the statue of God, breaking through the back wall of the ruined temple. With a boom, he turned into a blur and disappeared into the sea of grass on both sides of the white grass path. The ruined temple began to burn. Shang Xingzhou walked out of the sea of fire and looked in the direction where he disappeared with a thoughtful expression on his face. At the most crucial moment, he and Qin Changsheng once again exchanged a palm strike. The situation this time was completely different from the previous two times. He didn't take too much of an advantage. This fact made him feel a little strange, followed by some faint anxiety. The rundown temple in the sea of fire crackled. The crisp sound of the collision still lingered in the air. It was like children playing games with stone beads. The keys clanged against each other. Eunuch Lin closed the door and turned to look at the emperor's figure. There was a helpless and nervous expression on his face. Yuren leaned on his walking stick, pushed aside the ivy, and entered the 100 Herb Garden. This was the first time in 3 years that he had left the imperial palace. There was already someone in the 100 Herb Garden. Her white dress fluttering in the wind was Su Yorong. Wang Jitsa was guarding the Orthodox Academy, so no one could enter. The person most worried about Chen Changsheng was naturally closest to the Orthodox Academy, ready to rescue him at any moment. The 100 Herb Garden and the Orthodox Academy were only separated by a single wall. As he looked at Su Yorong, Eunuch Lin recalled her long conversation with His Majesty. As he thought of the events of the last few days, his eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Yuren faintly smiled at her and indicated that she should sit. There were not many green buds in the chilly forest. The stone table and stool were rather cold. Su Yorong said, "The Empress is buried here." Yuren calmly gazed at the grass, saying nothing. Su Yorong suddenly said, "When the two characters Yuren are combined, it becomes Su." Yuren's name had not been given by Empress Yen, nor had it been given by the Divine Empress, but by Shang Xingzhou. This was something she had only recently thought of, because it was only recently that she had begun to think about the details of that engagement. The Grand Minister and Shang Xingzhou had not specified who she was to marry. It was fine as long as it was Shang Xingzhou's disciple. From Yuren's name, it was highly likely that Shang Xingzhou had chosen him at the very beginning. Yuren did not deny it. In Xining Village's old temple, he had refused this engagement, so his master had chosen Qin Changsheng. Su Yorong asked, why? To have a wife who was the reincarnation of a true phoenix was of enormous benefit to the imperial throne, and at the time, she had already caught the eye of the holy maiden of the south. Yuren pointed at his own eyes, and then at the walking stick by the stone table. Su Yorong said, "Your Majesty, your way of thinking is wrong." Yuren gestured. But you cannot appoint a marriage, or else what if the other party is dissatisfied and wants to cancel the engagement? Su Yurong coldly replied, just like everything else, everything that you do not want will be his turn. This was her greatest dissatisfaction with Xining Village's old temple. The more she cared about Qin Changsheng, the more dissatisfied she became. Every time she thought about his life all these years, she felt pity for him. An apologetic look appeared on Yuren's face. If you really feel sorry for him, you'd better show it quickly. Su Yurong looked at him and said indifferently, otherwise, if he dies today, no matter how badly you cry, I can only think of it as hypocrisy. Yuren was rather confused. At this time, Shang Xingzhou and Qin Changxing were in the Garden of Zhou. The only way to enter the Garden of Zhou was through the Black Stone. The Black Stone was in Wang Jitsa's hands. In order to ensure the fairness of this battle, Wang Jitsa would not allow anyone to enter the Garden of Zhou, unless Shang Xingzhou and Qin Changsheng came out on their own. Even if they wanted to help Qin Changsheng, how could they do it? The Heavenly Tome monoliths are passages. When Zhou Dufu broke the monoliths, he directly turned the Mausoleum of Books into 13 mausoleums. Afterwards, he placed these Heavenly Tome monoliths in the Garden of Zhou. I wonder if these Heavenly Tome monoliths have the same effect as that monolith. Su Yurong removed a string of stone pearls from her wrist and placed it in front of Yuren. Yuren was flabbergasted at the sight of the 5 stone pearls. In their conversation that night in the palace, he knew that Su Yurong was very fond of his junior brother, but only now did he realize that his junior brother was also very fond of her. The gaze with which Yuren looked at her suddenly became even gentler. He took out a box from his sleeve and placed it in front of Su Yurong. Su Yurong opened the box and realized that it was filled with sugared plums. She was rather confused, but she still picked one up and placed it in her mouth. It was a little sour and a little sweet. Was this kindness or a promise? To be continued. Chapter 62. Yuren did not pick up the string of stone pearls, even though he knew they were Heavenly Tome monoliths. Su Yurong placed her hopes on him. It must be because Qin Changxing often mentioned her. But he also had no way of entering the Garden of Zhou. However, he knew that Qin Changxing wouldn't want to see him appear. If he really did encounter a danger that he could not resolve, Qin Changxing would naturally emerge from the Garden of Zhou. The white grass path was straight and long. Walking on it, one would experience the changes of the 4 seasons in a very short period of time. It didn't take long for Qin Changsheng to pass through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, before finally crashing into the violent snowstorm. He kept running towards the other side of the blizzard, his face paler than the snow. The temple in the depths of the snowstorm had already become a tiny black and was burning. On the white grass path, there was a temple 10 li away, a temple 100 li away, and a temple 1,000 li away. Qin Changsheng and Shang Xingzhou had met 3 times at these 3 temples. Regardless of whether he entered the temple to hide or not, he would still be discovered. Perhaps it was because the place where they, master and disciple, spent the most time together was that old temple in Xining Village. The 3 short but dangerous encounters had caused Qin Changsheng's injuries to worsen. Some of the less intelligent but more ambitious demonic beasts couldn't help but show themselves in an attempt to help Qin Changsheng. However, they were chopped into pieces by Shang Xingzhou's Dao sword. The sea of grass in those areas was completely dyed red by the blood of the beasts. The scene was very bloody. Even though the situation was so dangerous, Qin Changsheng still had no intention of leaving the Garden of Zhou. Leaving on his own and trapping Shang Xingzhou in the Garden of Zhou was not an option, because that was not a battle. Moreover, when he opened the spatial passage, it was very likely that the other party would seize the opportunity. For this reason, he had not even attempted to use the laws of the Garden of Zhou to teleport. More importantly, the preparations he had made to defeat Shang Xingzhou were all in the Garden of Zhou. In the past few days of quiet contemplation in the Li Palace, he had made many preparations. However, those methods were all based on the fact that he could draw his sword. As soon as he entered the garden of Zhou, all his swords were gone, so what could he do? When would he ever stop running away like this? Or rather, where was he going? The snow falling from the sea of grass suddenly became somewhat dark. That was because of the change in the sky. A huge shadow covered the road and the wilderness in front of them, like a wisp of smoke. Qin Changxing broke through the wind and snow, rushing towards the depths of the shadow. The mausoleum of Zhou was there. The soles of the boots left a slight depression on the rough surface of the blue stone, and one could faintly see spider-web-like cracks on the edges. The whistling cold wind rustled his clothes, which were as straight as a knife. Qin Changxing continued to fly, quickly arriving at the middle section of the mausoleum of Zhou, at the end of that familiar mausoleum path. Back then, there used to be a green tree called the Tong Palace. He and Su Yurong faced the golden-winged great Pang that Nank had awakened, as well as the terrifying monster tide. Sword Pool woke up. 10,000 swords turned into a dragon. The story of the past hadn't happened too long ago, but already felt like a lifetime ago. The golden-winged great Pang was absorbing the essence of the world in the homeland of the elf race, waiting for it to truly mature. Nank spent every night in Mount Li listening to the sound of the sword clear her heart. It was unknown when she would truly wake up. The monster beasts had lived a wonderful life for several years, but it was unknown whether they could continue after today. Today, his opponent was only one person, but he was no less terrifying than this person. In fact, he was even more terrifying. The pebbles at the edge of the altar were blown up by the wind and only stopped when they touched the edge of the cloth shoes. Shang Xingzhou gazed at the mausoleum of Zhou, his expression finally changing. "I don't know what you've prepared here," he said to Qin Changsheng, "but just like I said at the very beginning, there are no miracles." Qin Changxing replied, "I believe that the appearance of a person like Zhou Dufu under the starry sky is already a sort of miracle." Regardless of what the later generations thought of Zhou Dufu, many people would agree with his view. The strongest expert under the starry sky, truly invincible throughout the world, was naturally a miracle. Hearing this, Shang Xingzhou was quiet for a while, and then he smiled. "Do you know why Wang Zhize doesn't like me, but is willing to help me?" He looked at Qin Changxing and said, "Do you know why the elders of our generation can scheme against each other, but when facing an external enemy, or in other words, when they are forced to the end, they will show a united will to fight against the external enemy?" Qin Changxing replied, "Because of your common experience." Shang Xingzhou calmly replied, "Yes, because we once had a common enemy." Qin Changxing replied, "I used to think it was the demons." Shang Xingzhou replied, "The existence of the demons was naturally a reason for unity, but even more important was that person." Qin Changxing replied, "I don't really understand." Shang Xingzhou replied, "Because that person allowed us to clearly see ourselves, to clearly see each other. From then on, we could be frank and trust each other." Qin Changxing asked, "To clearly see what you really want?" Shang Xingzhou replied, "At the same time, to clearly see how ugly our true thoughts are, because in the end, that is a shameless thing to do." Qin Changxing understood, but he could only remain silent. Shang Xingzhou indifferently said, "You once killed Zhou, but compared to us, it was just child's play." Qin Changxing wanted to kill Zhou Tong. Back then, those people had killed Zhou Dufu. If you say that he was a miracle, shouldn't us who killed him be the true miracle? Shang Xingzhou's eyes were very cold, like he was looking at a dead man. Many years ago, even that person had been killed by them, let alone Qin Changxing. The most famous and longest-lasting riddle of the past 1,000 years had finally been answered. The conjectures of many people, the everlasting topic of discussion in the tea houses and restaurants, had finally been confirmed. Without question, this was the deepest secret of the world. Qin Changsheng, however, was very calm. He looked at Shang Xingzhou and asked, "How can you be so sure that he's really dead?" This was Zhou Dufu's mausoleum. He stood in front of the mausoleum and asked this question. It felt like he was asking this question on behalf of the person in the mausoleum. The cold wind rustled the sand in the wilderness, giving off a sound that seemed to have a sense of time. Shang Xingzhou's eyes narrowed. "The illness is rather annoying. Do your best to recover as soon as possible, just like in the past year. Once again, I wish everyone good health." To be continued. Chapter 63. The mausoleum of Zhou spanned the heavens and earth, and also spanned between the two of them, separated by several hundred zhang. They were only a small black in each other's field of vision, but they could clearly see each other's features and the emotions in their eyes. They didn't even need to look at each other to know what the other was thinking. No matter how unfamiliar they had been in the past few years, they were still master and disciple who had lived together in the temple for 10-some years. After some time, Shang Xingzhou said, "He's already dead." Chen Changxing replied, "I don't know how your story ended, but I know that his body is not in this mausoleum." Shang Xingzhou said, "Given that brute's personality, if he was still alive, how could he endure the loneliness and not come out to make trouble?" Qin Changxing was quiet for a while, then said, "Yes, he should be dead, or else Emperor Taizong would not have been at ease." "This is your final move? Using him to scare me off?" Shang Xingzhou looked at him and mocked. "Truly childish." Qin Changxing replied, "Yes, I just wanted to scare you." Shang Xingzhou asked, "Is there any meaning to it?" Qin Changxing replied, "Seeing Sir's appearance just now was truly very interesting." After saying this, he began to laugh, appearing very happy. For him, this was a very rare display of emotion. From this, one could tell that he was speaking the truth. The truth was the most hurtful. After coming to the capital from Xining village, whether it was the divine general of the East's granny, maid or madam, or the students of the Ivy Academies, or even Tang 36, they had all been hurt by Chen Changxing's truth. Even Shang Xingzhou, his master, found it somewhat difficult to bear. Shang Xingzhou's eyes grew even colder. He gazed at Chen Changsheng at the end of the mausoleum and took a step forward. In the garden of Zhou, he could not use the power of the laws above the divine domain, so he naturally could not ignore space. He could not directly reach Qin Changsheng. In reality, the distance he took with this step was neither too far nor too close. It was just one step. The wind rose from beneath his feet. His blue Taoist robe straightened. Several hundred faintly discernible rays of light followed the mausoleum and surged towards the main gate of the mausoleum of Zhou. The wind howled and the surrounding wilderness was covered in dust, gradually blotting out the sun. The world became gloomy. In this gloomy world of light, countless dense and clear cutting sounds could be heard. Countless straight and deep marks appeared on the surface of the tomb and the boulders on both sides. Some of the boulders turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then they melted and were blown into the finest sand by the wind. The clear light seemed ordinary, but in reality it contained the principles of the flow of all things. It was a concrete manifestation of the Tao, and it possessed unimaginable power. Shang Xingzhou attacked with all his might, and thousands of Tao techniques were within. How could Qin Changxing fight against him? On the other side of the plains, the monster bull and the mountain-toppling fiend slowly stood up, transforming into two small black mountains. What was strange was that these two terrifying beasts didn't go to Qin Changsheng's aid. Instead, they retreated into the sandstorm that filled the sky. Due to the obstruction of the mausoleum of Zhou, Shang Xingzhou was unable to see this sight, nor was he able to see the ground that was exposed after the monster bull and mountain-toppling fiend left. Those two massive beasts had been silently guarding the north face of the mausoleum of Zhou precisely to block the ground. Those were 4 altar-like objects. They were already extremely damaged, but one could still vaguely make out that they were originally steel bases. Suddenly, the gales in the wilderness and the grasslands further away disappeared, as did the sandstorm. The warm sun reappeared at the edge of the grassland, hanging there quietly. The mausoleum of Zhou became incomparably quiet. Those tens of thousands of Tao techniques that represented the supreme principles of the world suddenly vanished. A string noiselessly snapped. 4 stone pearls fell from Chen Chongqing's wrist and rolled down the path of the mausoleum. These stone pearls appeared very ordinary, with nothing special about them. There was also nothing mystical about the way they fell. As they rolled down the path, they made a rolling sound, and when they collided with the boulders, they made a crisp sound. It was like they would fall into the cracks between the boulders, never to roll out again or shatter into pieces. Whether it was in terms of probability or laws, this was a very likely occurrence. But none of this happened. The 4 stone pearls rolled down the path of the mausoleum, over the boulders. They seemed to have no purpose, but they accurately headed for the 4 altars in the north face of the mausoleum of Zhou. It was like in the process of rolling down, the 4 stone pearls had bestowed upon themselves some sort of meaning or purpose. With the passage of time, disorder tended to become order, chance becoming necessity. This was completely against the laws and principles of the world. Perhaps it was because these 4 stone pearls were existences that surpassed the laws of the world. It was completely unreasonable, yet it also gave off the feeling that it was only right and proper. The 4 stone pearls arrived at the bottom of the mausoleum of Zhou and separately fell into the 4 altars. The wind stirred once more, and then suddenly became chaotic. Accompanied by a particularly vast and profound feeling, the 4 monoliths appeared between the heavens and the earth. The earth trembled uneasily, and the incomprehensible howls of monsters came from the plains. The surfaces of these black monoliths were very smooth, carved with complex and incomprehensible patterns, as if they possessed some sort of magical power from the void. These were the heavenly tome monoliths that Zhou Dufu had taken from the mausoleum of books. The light of the sky and the wind of the plains poured into the surface of the heavenly tome monoliths and then vanished. Countless bits of grass and gravel also went with them, but they did not disappear. As if time was flowing backwards, the sand gradually wrapped around the heavenly tome monoliths, transforming them into stone pillars. The surface even seemed to be eroded by the wind and rain. Shang Xingzhou looked at Qin Chongqing and said, "These heavenly tome monoliths really did fall into your hands." Qin Chongqing replied, "Yes." Other than the 2 reasons he had chosen to challenge Shang Xingzhou in the Garden of Zhou, there was another reason. At his current level of cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the heavenly tome monoliths, so he naturally could not use them. When he encountered the demon lord in the mountains and the angel of sacred light in White Emperor City, he could only treat the heavenly tome monoliths as indestructible weapons of infinite weight. Only in the Garden of Zhou could he use at least a portion of the heavenly tome monolith's true strength. Because this place had the sacrificial altar and the array that Zhou Dufu had set up, the stone pillars that the heavenly tome monoliths had become were not stable. The surface constantly cracked and then reformed. Countless ancient and ancient qis seeped out from those cracks, transforming into terrifying clear lights. For clear lights floated down from the sky, precisely where Shang Xingzhou was. "You think that you can defeat me like this?" Shang Xingzhou turned his palm and slapped upwards. He stood on the ground, but when he extended his hand, he seemed to touch the dome of the sky. There was a light clap. The clear light flowed through the sky. Shang Xingzhou's face paled, but his expression remained indifferent. "Now it's time for you to choose." As the clear light flowed, several extremely thin cracks appeared in the dome of the sky. From the depths of the plain came the terrified shrieks of the herd of beasts. Perhaps they were recalling the day when the Garden of Zhou was on the verge of destruction. If Qin Chongqing continued to use the heavenly tome monoliths to attack Shang Xingzhou, he had a high chance of winning. But there was also a chance that the Garden of Zhou would be destroyed before that. This was the choice that Chen Chongqing had to make. At this moment, he truly missed those swords. I'm gradually getting better. Thank you for your concern. To be continued. Chapter 64. I've received the handwritten copies of Choosing Heaven from a few of my book friends. I'm very touched. This New Year gift is really nice and meaningful. I'll talk about it in detail another day. Thank you, everyone. Using the array left behind by Zhou Dufu to display the true power of the heavenly tome monoliths to resist Shangxingzhou was Chen Chongqing's plan. In those nights in the stone room of the Li Palace, this plan had already matured to perfection. But in the original plan, the South Stream temple sword array should have already been set up around the mausoleum of Zhou. The several thousand famed swords that had returned to the plains would once more form a balance with the 4 heavenly tome monoliths, ensuring that the Garden of Zhou would not collapse. If all of these were put into practice, he would have a 70% chance of defeating his master. Unfortunately, all of his swords had been snatched away by Shangxingzhou, so his chances of winning were naturally much lower. More importantly, without the suppression of several thousand ancient sword intents, the clear light emitted by the heavenly tome monoliths would most likely destroy the Garden of Zhou before it could defeat Shangxingzhou. Shangxingzhou only needed a single glance to understand Chen Chongqing's intentions, as well as the current situation. Therefore, he would not back down, nor would he admit defeat. He would persevere to the end, even if he did not hesitate to touch the seal of the Garden of Zhou. Chen Chongqing could continue to use the heavenly tome monoliths to attack until he defeated him, but the Garden of Zhou could be destroyed ahead of time. Otherwise, Chen Chongqing would have to take the 4 heavenly tome monoliths and leave the Garden of Zhou as quickly as possible. However, when he returned to the real world, without the restrictions of the Garden of Zhou, he was unable to display the power of the heavenly tome monoliths, and he had no sword. How could Chen Chongqing defeat him? It was a multiple-choice question. Shangxingzhou looked at him quietly. The clear light falling from the sky was blocked by his palm. Endless winds and clouds were born and destroyed within it. In the end, everything in the world was often a multiple-choice question. It was easy to get tired of it. Chen Chongqing looked at Shangxingzhou and asked, "Why do I always have to make the choice?" He was really angry, or rather annoyed. The angry question was carried far away by the wind. Shangxingzhou's expression was indifferent. He had no intention of answering him. From Xining village to the capital, from the age of 10 until now, he had done far too many multiple-choice questions. He was truly annoyed. He really wanted to ask his master if it was annoying to do this all the time. But in the end, he didn't ask because he knew it was useless. Just like in the past few years, he was used to doing not talking, no matter what choice he made. Or no choice at all. Yes, he really didn't want to choose today. His eyes were incomparably bright, just like the moonlight of Xuanyang City. His divine sense spread across the air and landed on Shangxingzhou's sleeve. He tried to regain control of the vault sheath. Even if he couldn't, he could at least reconnect with the swords in the scabbard. He believed that as long as those swords sensed his divine sense, they would definitely follow his will and break out of the sheath, returning to this world. However, he failed. His face became even paler, like the snow in the wilderness. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his lips. He looked like a lonely wintersweet in the snowfield. Shangxingzhou's right hand was still supporting the sky. The wind ruffled his sleeves, and the scabbard in his left hand could be vaguely seen. Chen Chongqing's gaze fell upon that direction. When making a choice, you can often see a person's truest courage, wisdom, and temperament. Shangxingzhou looked at him and said, "You have disappointed me today, because you don't even have the courage to make a choice." Chen Chongqing said, "Since I will lose no matter what I choose, why should I choose?" Shangxingzhou replied, "Because that is your fate." Many years ago, in Xining village's old temple, he had said something to Chen Chongqing. "You have an illness that cannot be cured. That is your fate. Today he had said something similar again. No matter what you choose, you will lose. That is also your fate. Chun Chang Sheng gazed at the distant plains, saying nothing for a long time. Shang Xingzhou calmly looked back, also saying nothing. After some time, Chun Chang Sheng drew back his gaze and said to Shang Xingzhou, "My illness has already been cured." Yes, his illness had already been cured. He was still alive. Thus, there was no such thing as fate. Thus, choice had its meaning, whether he won or lost. It was very quiet both inside and outside the Orthodox Academy. People were everywhere in 100 Flowers Lane, but not a single noise could be heard. Their faces were covered in tension, anxiety, and worry. At this moment, everyone knew that Shang Xingzhou and Qin Changsheng were fighting in the Garden of Zhou. They could not see sword glows or hear sword cries, so no one knew the specifics. But to experts of the divine like Wang Pe and the Prince of Xiang, space could not isolate all information. Why was it that there was not even a sliver of sword intent in the Orthodox Academy? The Prince of Xiang seemed to be laughing and crying, his true emotions impossible to tell. His hands, which were clasping the fat on his abdomen, were subconsciously rubbing against it. Wang Pe thought of a certain possibility, and his expression turned grave. At Tang 36's level of cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to know what was going on in the Garden of Zhou, but he had always been paying attention to the changes in Wang Po's expression. From start to now, his gaze had always been fixed on Wang Po's face through the crack in the window. This was his only source of information. Seeing Wang Po's expression, he vaguely guessed that the situation was not good, and his face paled. On the floor was a Ruyao azure cup that had been shattered into several pieces, and there were also some water and tea leaves. In his hand was a teapot, the tea in the pot already cold. He picked up the teapot and poured half of the cold tea into his mouth, but he still could not calm his madly beating heart, nor could he extinguish the flames of Tao in his heart. He charged out of the tea-house. Su Mayu could not stop him, allowing him to run straight to the gate of the Orthodox Academy. Ling Haijiwang and the others were surprised, thinking, just what is he doing here? The Imperial Court and the Li Palace had jointly decided that the Orthodox Academy would be sealed, with only Wang Jitze, Shang Xingzhou, and Qin Changsheng allowed inside. The Orthodoxy cavalry and black-armored cavalry stood guard around the academy, and countless cultivators had gathered, including experts on the level of Wang Pa and the Prince of Xiang. No one could even think about entering the Orthodox Academy at this time. Tang 36 paid no attention to those unkind and warning gazes. Before those princes could even open their mouths, he had already begun to curse. All of you, shut your mouths. This is the Orthodox Academy, and I'm the superintendent. Chun Changxing isn't here, so I'm the one with the most authority. No one can enter because they don't agree. If I want to enter, whose agreement do I need? 100 Flowers Lane was thrown into chaos. Sword intents crisscrossed the air, and there were even a few crossbow bolts streaking across the sky. Wang Jitze turned his head from the lake shore and saw Tang 36. Tang 36 had naturally guessed that he was Wang Jitze, but he did not step forward to greet him. He straightforwardly asked, "How do I enter the Garden of Zhou?" Over the course of countless years, Wang Jitze had never encountered someone who knew his identity but did not care. He couldn't help but feel rather surprised and then interested. He opened his palm to reveal the black stone and said, "Enter through this door." Tang 36 said, "Give it to me." His request was very simple and clear. It took Wang Jitze a few moments to react. Why? The Garden of Zhou is Chun Changxing's, so this thing is naturally his. He gave it to me, and this thing was originally mine. This time, it was Tang 36's turn to be stunned before he reacted. It was originally yours, which means that it's not yours anymore. And how old are you? If he gave it to you, you should take it. Wang Jitze had never met such an unreasonable person, so he quickly guessed at this kid's origins. He replied, "Not even your grandfather would dare to speak to me like this. Nonsense, besides Emperor Taizong, who would dare to disrespect you. Tang 36 changed the topic. But today, I have to congratulate you. Wang Jitsa asked, what is it? Congratulations on finally meeting another person besides Emperor Taizong that dares to talk back to you. Tang 36 looked at him and seriously said, if you are not willing to give this thing to me, I will curse your mother. Wang Jitsa arched his brows and said, I am the referee for this match. Tang 36 said, you were invited by Shang Xingzhou. I don't trust you. Wang Jitsa replied, the Pope trusts me. Tang 36 asked, what does that have to do with me? Wang Jitsa calmly replied, if I don't give it to you, what can you do? Tang 36's reply was still concise and clear. The 1 shui sword was unsheathed, and 10,000 golden leaves appeared on the surface of the lake. Wang Jitsa's expression subtly changed. It was not because of Tang 36's attack. It was because Tang 36 had pulled back his sword. Suicide. To be continued. Chapter 65. To say that Wang Jitsa could crush Tang 36 like an ant with a single finger might be a bit of an exaggeration. But if he stretched out 2 fingers, he could definitely kill Tang 36 easily. The difference in strength between the two was just this great. It was impossible for Tang 36 to threaten Wang Jitsa, and even seeking death in front of Wang Jitsa would not be easy. The 1 shui sword held between 2 fingers by Wang Jitsa remained motionless, unable to advance an inch. It was hard to avoid awkwardness when a tragic suicide had suddenly turned into the scene. But Tang 36 did not feel any awkwardness. He even raised his brows. Raising his brows meant provocation. His meaning was crystal clear. If one truly wanted to die, there were many ways to do so. Cutting one's throat with a sword was undoubtedly the least efficient method. He was waiting for Wang Jitsa to stop him so that he could continue negotiating. Wang Jitsa smirked at him and said, even if I gave you this stone, it would be useless. Tang 36 saw his expression and understood. With his current level of cultivation, even with the black stone, he could not enter the garden of Zhou, nor could he help Chun Chongsheng. Tang 36 sincerely asked, then may I trouble sir to help? Wang Jitsa said nothing. Tang 36 continued, I know that his current situation is definitely very bad. Wang Jitsa's gaze fell on the black stone as he said, correct. He is currently facing an extremely difficult choice. Tang 36 was quiet for a while, then said he is a good person. As he said this, his attitude was unprecedentedly solemn. Wang Jitsa replied, yes. Tang 36 looked into his eyes and said, a good person should not live so bitterly. Wang Jitsa replied, this has nothing to do with good or bad. Tang 36 was rather disappointed and furious. He jeered, yes, it has nothing to do with good or bad, only with strength. In the end, it's just the strong bullying the weak. Wang Jitsa shook his head. Every person has to take responsibility for their own choices. Tang 36 sneered. Then why is it always him who makes the choice? Why can't it be your choice? Wang Jitsa replied. Shang Xingzhou agreed to fight him. This was a choice he was forced to make. Tang 36 said, that choice is too complicated. Your choices should be simpler. Wang Jitsa asked, such as? Tang 36 said, you can choose to die or die. Wang Jitsa smiled and asked, are there any other options? Tang 36 said, you can also choose to be burned to death, drowned to death, pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows, or die by 1,000 cuts. This was not a narration, but a command or perhaps a curse. The calm tone contained an extremely strong hatred, but all of this stemmed from helplessness. Looking at the thin ice and duckweed on the surface of the water, Tang 36 felt a little tired. Did he fail just like that? He really couldn't accept this. He was unwilling for Qin Changsheng. He suddenly shouted towards the sky, "You're a blind dog!" The 100 Blossom Street was a bit chaotic, so he didn't know if they would hear what Tang 36 said. The herb garden, which was only one wall away from the Tradition Academy, could hear it very clearly. Yuren did not know what had happened and asked with his eyes, "Tang Tang wants to disturb Lord Wang's thoughts." Su Yurong said, if there was even the slightest chance, he would use the methods in the old estate to force Lord Wang to compromise. This was referring to the conversation between the grandfather and grandson at the mahjong table. He had not hesitated to destroy the Tang clan, so he naturally did not care about the common people of the world. But it was obvious that this was still not enough to move Wang Jitsa or convince him. He could not even bring out the words and threats he truly wanted to say. Tang 36's attempt had also failed. Su Yurong's eyes were tinged with worry. Her left hand tightly gripped the 5 stone pearls. These 5 stone pearls had originally been the 5 heavenly tome monoliths of the Garden of Zhou, a part of Zhou Dufu's great array. Just a moment ago, the 5 stone pearls had faintly emitted some sort of ripple, allowing her to roughly understand the situation in the Garden of Zhou. She knew that Qin Changsheng was facing a choice. She also knew what Qin Changsheng would choose, even before he made his choice. To Qin Changsheng, this choice was not as difficult as Wang Jitsa had said, because she understood Qin Changsheng. Yuren also understood Qin Changsheng, so he also knew what Qin Changsheng would choose. This meant that Qin Changsheng had lost. Every street and every house in the capital heard the massive boom that followed. Violent waves of qi appeared by the lake shore. The remaining snow, withered grass, and mud were sent flying into the air, striking against the walls and trees with a pitter-patter. The lake water roiled and trembled, sweeping up 1,000 piles of snow that flew through the air and then crashed back down. All of the Orthodox Academy was enveloped in this sudden torrential downpour. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the torrential rain, Qin Changsheng and Shang Xingzhou. The sky suddenly brightened for an instant, as if a bolt of lightning had appeared, borrowing the light that illuminated the gloomy downpour. One could faintly make out Shang Xingzhou's hand resting on Qin Changsheng's chest. Qin Changsheng was sent flying like a stone, smashing through tensome thick trees and falling deep into the forest. With a crack, the trees smashed into the ground, quaking and uneasy. Tang 36 raised the Wenchue sword and prepared to charge over, his left hand hidden in his sleeve, tightly gripping a magical artifact. There was a light clap. Wang Jitsa's finger had fallen between his eyebrows. Tang 36 could no longer move. 2 golden-red flames suddenly appeared in the 100 herb garden. Su Yurong vanished from her spot. Wang Jitsa did not turn his head, only pointed behind him. Behind him was the academy wall. A gap several zhang wide appeared in the wall. The bricks and the broken pieces of the wooden door quietly fell to the ground. A cool breeze lingered in the gap, seemingly gentle yet insurmountable. A pure white feather drifted down from the air. Su Yurong appeared. Wang Jitsa suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. His gaze was not on Su Yurong but behind her. The 100 herb garden was just as serene and quiet as it had been several centuries ago. A walking stick quietly rested on the edge of the stone table. The tree was broken, the fresh stubble spreading like flower petals. Qin Changsheng sat against the broken tree, coughing incessantly. Shang Xingzhou asked, "Do you still insist that choice has meaning?" Qin Changsheng replied, "Yes, because the choice determines who we are." Shang Xingzhou fell silent. Qin Changsheng was correct. If it were Su Yurong or Tang 36 in the Garden of Zhou, he would not have given them the chance to choose. He had given Qin Changsheng the choice because he knew what Qin Changsheng would choose. It was precisely because of this that Qin Changsheng was Qin Changsheng. Thus, choice had meaning. But there was no meaning in fighting now. Qin Changsheng could still stand, but it was already foreordained that he could not win. By choosing to leave the garden of Zhou, he had given up on his final hope of victory. Shang Xingzhou's expression was rather wooden. Concede. Chun Changxing's tone was very flat. No. Shang Xingzhou fell silent, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Not the stainless sword, but his own Taoist sword. Chun Changsheng prepared to stand, his right hand resting on the broken tree. Suddenly, his hand touched something hard. There were too many matters at home. My mood was rather irritable, and I wrote very bitterly. Fortunately, the quality of the final product was rather good. To be continued. Chapter 66. The title of the chapter has nothing to do with 36, nor does it have anything to do with the famous screenwriter. It's purely for fun, and I truly feel that Qin Changsheng and Tang Tang are very six. The Orthodox Academy had a long history, even earlier than the Great Zhou had been founded. Countless great trees had grown here, some of them even over 1,000 years old. Quite a few ancient trees had been destroyed in that bloody incident 20 years ago, but even more had survived. This was especially true of the forest near the imperial palace, where its branches and leaves were even more luxuriant and serene. When he had first entered the Orthodox Academy, Chen Changsheng had noticed this forest. Later on, he had spent countless mornings here, practiced the sword countless times. He knew that these trees were very hard, and their stubble was naturally very hard as well, but he still found it rather strange. That object was very hard, but its edge was not sharp. Rather, it was rather smooth, as if it had been polished. He turned his head and saw that where the tree had been cut off, there was a hole about a foot deep. The leaves obscured the already gloomy light, and the hole was covered in snow and dust, making it very difficult to see what was inside. Then, before it had been cut off, this place had presumably been a tree hole. The object that his right hand had touched was in this hole. In other words, that object had always been stuck in this tree hole. Chun Changxing had not been able to confirm what that object was. Shang Xingzhou's sword had arrived, the Taoist sword of the Monastery of Eternal Spring, imbued with the purest yet most ungentle aura, cut through the cold wind and descended upon his chest. While Shang Xingzhou was walking towards Qin Changsheng, Su Yurong was also walking towards the Orthodox Academy. Wang Jitsa once more pointed through the air. The gentle breeze by the lake was unruffled, and there was no shrill cry. It was like nothing had happened. But, in reality, an invisible barrier had once more appeared between the Orthodox Academy and the 100 Herb Garden. At this moment, Su Yurong made a very strange action. She raised her left hand and lightly pointed at the air. Pop! There was a light sound. It was like the most fragile of blisters had been pierced by the softest of hairs. The invisible barrier vanished without a trace. Su Yurong had finally stepped into the Orthodox Academy. Her face was snow white, and an extremely thin stain of blood had appeared at the corner of her lips. Wang Jitsa had not used a finger technique, but the star-seizing hand he had created while studying in his old residence in Donglin Lane. He did not expect Su Yurong to be able to withstand this move. This made him a little surprised. What shocked him even more was that upon arriving at the Orthodox Academy, Su Yurong did not even glance at him. Instead, she looked at the master and disciple in the forest. A cool breeze blew, causing his white robes to flutter. The tong bao was in his hand, the wu arrow nocked to the string, ready to fire at any time. The situation became extremely tense. She was prepared to use the wu arrow to stop Shang Xingzhou. Could it be that Wang Jitsa would not stop her? Or did she believe that someone would stop Wang Jitsa? Who was that person? Naturally, it couldn't be Tang 36. Under Wang Jitsa's control, he had already become a statue by the lake. Because he couldn't turn his head, he couldn't see what was happening in the forest. He could only look at the lake and the sky. It was no longer snowing, but the clouds had yet to disperse. They covered the sky and made the capital seem especially gloomy. In the beginning, he was complaining and shouting that God was blind. At this moment, he was only praying for Qin Changsheng, hoping that the heavens would quickly open their eyes. Suddenly, a clear cry came from the forest. His eyes suddenly lit up. A hole appeared in the clouds. The light of the heavens poured down like a waterfall, beautiful to the extreme. Tang 36 thought in shock, could it really be that person who opened their eyes? The body of a dragon, like a black mountain range, slowly rose and fell behind the clouds, stirring up countless strong winds. After the little black dragon left the Orthodox Academy, she did not go far. Instead, she stealthily approached this place, ready to break through the clouds and descend at any moment. If Qin Changsheng really did encounter danger, she didn't care about the rules of the match. As for that referee, she had long ago wanted to fight him to the death. The sea of clouds suddenly roiled, tearing a crack in the sky. She looked at the ground in astonishment. She saw the streets of the capital, the mausoleum of books, the imperial palace. Finally, she saw the Orthodox Academy. Where the Orthodox Academy and the imperial palace met was a gloomy forest. That forest suddenly brightened. It was not because of the heavenly light pouring down from the sky, but because of a sword glow. 10 unbroken trees were arranged in a straight line, pointing into the deepest part of the forest. The broken tree that had once existed there had already vanished, transformed into countless pieces of bark and wood that quietly floated in the air. Floating along with these pieces of bark and wood was the light snow that had begun to fall this morning and the lake water that had fallen like a torrential rain not too long ago. There were 2 figures in this strange scene. Shang Xingzhou stood in front of Qin Changsheng, looking down from above, his Dao sword already swinging down. Qin Changsheng did not die because a sword had appeared in his hand. It was precisely this sword that had blocked Shang Xingzhou's sword. Qin Changsheng was still using the stupid sword. This sword style was considered by Su Li to be the #1 defensive sword style in the world, and it had saved Qin Changsheng's life countless times. Just now in the garden of Zhou, Qin Changsheng had relied on this sword style to escape from death many times. But this time, Qin Changsheng was not sent flying. His left foot sank deep into the ground, so stable that it seemed to have grown roots. This was a sword style in the first place. Only by using the sword could one truly display its subtlety and power. The question was, where had this sword come from? No one had the time to ponder this question. A clear whistle resounded through the forest. Shang Xingzhou's Taoist sleeve drifted, the Tao sword rising and then falling. The wind and snow rose with it. Shang Xingzhou's figure vanished. Countless sword glows appeared. The forest was covered in sword slashes. It suddenly fell silent. Qin Changsheng raised his sword to meet them. Clang, 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 clang. Several dozen clear clangs of swords suddenly resounded around his body. In such a short period of time, Shang Xingzhou had struck out several dozen times. These swords had descended so quickly that not even the sound of 2 swords clashing could be heard. But Qin Changsheng had caught all of these swords. He raised his sword to his brow, his left knee slightly bent. He stood at his original position. He did not move. No matter how profound and indescribable, how unfathomable your sword intent was, I only need to raise my sword horizontally, sink my heart, and then hide in the house. This was the true sword domain. But under Shang Xingzhou's storm-like attacks, just how long could he last? Even if he possessed a perfect sword domain and star domain, possessed an unimaginably abundant amount of true essence, he still could not last forever. And what sort of person was Shang Xingzhou? He cultivated tens of thousands of Taoist techniques, so who knew what other terrifying techniques were hidden in his drooping sleeves? Qin Changsheng was not prepared to give his master this chance. At some unforeseeable moment, which he knew would come, he had taken the initiative to strike. A sword glow illuminated the secluded forest. This strike was unimaginably fast, like a true bolt of lightning. The sword intent of this strike was very clear, but not simple. It was like a fish swimming in the stream, right in front of him, but very difficult to reach out and touch. The trajectory of this sword was even more mysterious to the extreme. It actually gave off a feeling that even gods and ghosts couldn't predict it. This strike consecutively pierced through 3 pieces of tree bark, cut through several splinters of wood, and bypassed his left hand, seemingly carelessly stabbing into the wind and snow. A muffled groan sounded out from somewhere, and the wind and snow became slightly disorderly. Shang Xingzhou appeared on the snowy ground, several zhang away, a tear in his sleeve. Chun Chang Sheng stood up straight, holding the sword in his hand, and quietly looked at him. To be continued. Chapter 67. The chilly wind rustled the fallen leaves on the trees, and the forest was quiet. Tree bark, sawdust, and snowflakes gradually fell. Only the remnant sword intent lingered in the cold wind for a long time. It was like the smoke that lingered after the firecrackers quieted down, indicating what exactly had happened. Seeing that Chan Changsheng was about to die, the situation of the battle suddenly changed greatly, even showing signs of reversing. It was all because of the sword in his hand. He looked at Shang Xingzhou silently. This did not mean that he was uneasy, but rather confident. As long as he had the sword in his hand, what was there to fear? As Su Li's successor, Qin Changxing's talent in the sword could be considered world-shaking. Several years ago, armed with these swords, he had defeated powerful enemies in succession, and had even charged into the alley of the Northern Military Department alone, shocking countless onlookers. Several years later, he learned the Unity sword art on Holy Maiden Peak, comprehended the true meaning of the path of the sword at Mount Li, and used his own strength to lay down the sword array of South Stream Temple in White Emperor City. He defeated the Demon Lord and saved the White Emperor. His cultivation in the path of the sword finally reached great success, and he became the publicly acknowledged Grand Master of the sword. Even though he was still very young, and according to common sense, it was very difficult to associate him with the word master. His strongest technique was the sword of wind and rain. Shang Xingzhou had long since been prepared. From the very start of the battle, he had used the trump card he had hidden for many years to seize all of his swords. In the Garden of Zhou, he had beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate at all. At this moment, a sword appeared in Qin Changsheng's hand. Even a master of the sword Dao would not be able to casually wield a sword and go on a rampage. This sword was obviously not ordinary. At the very least, it could communicate with his mind. Shang Xingzhou looked down at the sword. It was unknown how many years the sword had withstood the wind and rain, or how many years it had been hidden in the tree. Originally, it did not have any aura, just like an ordinary iron rod. If the tree hadn't been broken by Chen Changsheng, no one would have noticed its existence. Today, Chen Changsheng pulled it out from the tree hole. The dust and stains on the surface of the sword had completely disappeared. It was as bright as if it had been washed, and its sharpness was revealed. It was like a pearl that had been covered in dust for many years, like a phoenix that had not cried for many years, finally releasing its brilliance and shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Shang Xingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. The age of this sword was extremely ancient, and it was most likely from the sword pool. However, everyone knew that the famous swords of the previous generation that Chan Changxing had brought out of the Garden of Zhou were all in the vault sheath. The scabbard was in his sleeve. So where did this sword come from? Could it be that Chen Changsheng had already predicted that he could control the vault sheath, so he played along and prepared beforehand, hiding the sword in the tree, wanting to catch him off guard? No. From Chen Changsheng's reaction, he probably didn't know that there was a sword in the tree. Judging from the moss on the blade, the sword had been hidden in the tree for at least a few years, let alone Qin Changsheng. Even if Black Robe and Wang Jitsi joined hands, with Su Yurong on the side using her faded star plate to calculate 100 times, it would still be impossible for them to guess today's situation several years in advance. Moreover, If Chen Chongsheng had predicted his moves beforehand, he would have had a better way to deal with it and wouldn't have been forced into such a situation. Could it be that this sword did not originate from the sword pool of the Garden of Zhou, but had been hidden in a tree by some teacher or student of the Orthodox Academy? Shang Xingzhou thought that the person who had hidden the sword might have been one of his former followers, and his mood became rather complex. The sword had been hidden in the tree hole for many years without being discovered, but today Chen Chongsheng had taken it out with a stretch of his hand, when Qin Chongsheng needed a sword the most. Was this a coincidence? Or was it a so-called lucky chance? Or was this a hint from fate? The lakeside of the Orthodox Academy and the 100 Herb Garden on the other side of the wall were both very quiet. Su Yurong put down the tongbao. Yuren stood by the stone table, leaning on his cane. Wang Jitsa drew back his finger. They silently gazed at the scene in the depths of the forest, each with a different expression. All of this had happened very briefly, but they had roughly understood the truth of the matter. In the Garden of Zhou, for some reason, Chen Chongsheng had lost all his swords, so he could only passively take a beating. It was very dangerous. At the most dangerous moment, Chen Chongsheng had pulled out a sword from the broken tree and changed the entire situation. But why was there a sword in that tree? Tang 36 could move, but he did not. Because Chen Chongsheng had already escaped from his dangerous situation, and also because his mood was rather strange. He felt that this matter had something to do with him, but he could not think of the reason. In 100 Flowers Lane, the dense clanging of swords could also be heard. The quarrel caused by Tang 36's intrusion into the Orthodox Academy was settled, the confrontation and possible conflict vanishing. The crowd looked over in shock and nervousness. Wang Po opened his eyes and looked at the Orthodox Academy. He was somewhat surprised, but also very gratified. But the Prince of Xiang closed his eyes. In a very short time, he seemed to age several years. Shang Xingzhou looked at Qin Chongsheng and asked, "You knew there was a sword here?" Qin Chongsheng replied, "I didn't." As he gazed at the sword in his hand, he naturally felt a sense of familiarity, even intimacy. It was like a schoolmate, a former comrade, or at least a kindred spirit. Thus, he knew the origin of this sword. This sword had once been a member of the sword pool, had once fought side by side with him. At that time, the 10,000 swords were like a dragon, and it was a dragon scale. But it had been many years since they had last met. "So you were here. And why are you here?" A burst of laughter suddenly came from the lakeside. Ha 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 ha. It was a laugh of extraordinary gaiety, of penetrating pain, and, above all, of an obnoxious complacency. "It's me. In the end, it's still me," Tang 36 repeated, his face brimming with arrogance. Wang Jitsa froze, thinking, what sort of madness has this young man gone mad? Tang 36 roared to the entire world. "I hid this sword here back then." Qin Chongsheng stared blankly, finally recalling this matter of the past. He couldn't help but laugh. For more information, please refer to Volume 3, Chapter 29, The Story of the Devilish Children and the Sword. To me, these interesting places are one of the main sources of happiness in writing novels. The title of today's chapter naturally reminded me of Chao Xiaoshu, and then I thought of Longqing, and then I thought of Ninkei, and then I thought of that extraordinary author. The novels I write are all very good. Today is New Year's Eve, and I'm still writing novels. It feels very good. I wish everyone a happy new year. Drink in moderation. Take care of your health and the happiness of your entire family. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the annual vacation. I will return to meet everyone on the 11th. I will strive to write this paragraph as quickly and powerfully as possible. To be continued. Chapter 68. That incident happened several years ago. It was rumored that there was a sword pool in the Garden of Zhou, and within the sword pool were countless famous swords of previous generations. The legend was true. Qin Chongsheng had discovered the sword pool in the Garden of Zhou, and then brought those countless famous swords back to this world. Famed swords with legacies like the Temple Sword had been sent back to their respective sects in the name of the Li Palace, but there were still many swords left. Thus, on a very ordinary night, the Orthodox Academy held a meeting to divide the spoils. Xian Yuan received the Mountain Sea Sword, Zhixiu received the Demon Commander's Banner Sword, and Luo Luo received an even better gift. Afterwards, Su Mo Yu received a flower sword named Beauty Yu, and even Mo Yu received a Yu Maiden sword from Qin Changsheng. Tang 36 did not change his sword, because his Wen Shui sword was also a famous sword and also the symbol of the Tang clan. No one knew that he had also asked Qin Changsheng for a sword. However, he did not bring the sword with him. Instead, he stabbed it into the hollow of an ancient pagoda tree in the depths of a secluded forest. Then he carefully disguised it with fallen leaves and rotten mud. Qin Changsheng didn't understand what was going on. Tang 36 said that he was nurturing the sword. Decades, or even centuries later, a short student from a poor family would suddenly hear a folk song from the southeast on an ordinary morning after being bullied by his classmates. He would burst into tears and rush into a small forest to smash the trees, exchanging physical pain for mental comfort. Suddenly, he discovered that a famous sword used by a swordsman of the previous generation had suddenly fallen out of a hole in an ancient tree. There was even a strand of sword intent attached to it. His ethereal palace was instantly stimulated, and all of his chi openings were ignited. This was Tang 36's description at that time. He thought that what he had done would become a legend of the Orthodox Academy for decades, or even centuries. He didn't think that after only a few years, this sword would see the light of day again and return to Qin Changsheng's hands. He had even forgotten the existence of this sword. But now, it seemed that this sword at the most dangerous moment saved Qin Changsheng's life. This would also decide the outcome of the struggle between the Orthodoxy and the imperial court, deciding the direction the continent would take several years from now. In other words, the entire history would change. This was all thanks to the fact that he had hidden a sword here. It didn't matter whether he remembered it or not. After all, he was the one who hid the sword here. What do you mean by everything is predestined? What was the meaning of the grass snake-gray line stretching for 1,000 miles? Every move had a deeper meaning. How could there be any idle moves? The more Tang 36 thought, the happier he was. His laughter grew louder and louder, and his expression became more and more arrogant. Qin Changsheng understood the cause and effect of this matter. Apart from being shocked, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This feeling of being arranged by fate was like picking up the lost time again. But Wang Jitsa and the others did not know of that period of time, nor did they know of that story, so they did not understand why Tang 36 was laughing. To Shang Xingzhou, Qin Changsheng's smile was much more detestable than that sword. You want to change everything with a rusted sword. He looked at Qin Changsheng and said indifferently. His eyes were very pale, like ice that had just condensed. In the depths of his eyes, a spark was burning. He took a deep breath. There was a strong wind in the woods. With the help of the wind, the fire began to burn extremely quickly. In an instant, it spread from the bottom of the eye to the surface. His indifferent eyes suddenly became the color of lava. They seemed extremely terrifying and scorching hot. The wind rose, blowing away all the clouds over the Orthodox Academy. One could faintly make out a black dot. The clouds dispersed, revealing the true face of the sun. A chi descended from the sky. To be more precise, it descended along with the sunlight onto Shang Xingzhou's body. This chi was not pure, but rather heterogeneous. However, it did not affect its power, only added a hint of fierceness to it. With the arrival of this chi, the accumulated snow on the forest floor instantly melted. The temperature in the Orthodox Academy seemed to rise. Shang Xingzhou was still standing at his original spot, but he seemed to be in the sky. His figure seemed incomparably tall, giving off the feeling that it filled the world. In the eyes of the distant Su Yorong and the others, he had become the world's most precipitous mountain. In the eyes of the nearby Chen Chongsheng, he was more like the white tiger that obscured half the sky in White Emperor City. At the time, he had seen the White Emperor's soul, but now he saw Shang Xingzhou himself. The puddles of water suddenly dried up, the mist instantly vanished, and the fallen leaves on the withered grass began to roll up. This fierce and scorching qi came from the sun, and it also came from Shang Xingzhou's body. They met at the boundary between the inside and the outside. With a boom, Shang Xingzhou's Taoist robe began to burn. His 2 sleeves transformed into countless butterflies that flew off, revealing his bare arms. The sleeves were completely burned to ash, so the wound left by Chen Chongsheng's sword naturally vanished as well. Shang Xingzhou gripped his sword with both hands, the muscles on his arms bulging like a sail stretched taut by the wind, or like a statue cast from iron. It seemed unreal, yet it also seemed like the most real of existences, filled with the most vivid life energy. In a very short period of time, he seemed to have become several hundred years younger. He walked over to Chen Chongsheng, looking nothing like an old man. When the clouds parted and the sunlight shone down, causing the Orthodox Academy to become somewhat brighter, Su Yurong thought of a certain possibility. Her expression flickered, but she did not go over because Chen Chongsheng had a sword in his hand, and also because Wang Jitsa was present. It was obvious that Wang Jitsa had long since known of the secret, so he was not the slightest bit moved. Perhaps to those old people from back then, this had never been a secret at all. Yuren leaned on his walking stick as he stood by the table. His gaze pierced through the black hair, through the broken wall, and into the depths of the forest, his thoughts inscrutable. Tang, 36, had stopped smiling long ago. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak, thinking, how is this possible? The blazing sun style? The blazing sun style. Who's using the blazing sun style? How could it be so tyrannical and orthodox? Who? The change in qi in the Orthodox Academy had already reached 100 Flowers Lane, triggering a series of shocked shouts. The Tensum princes of the Qin clan were even more shocked. Only when they recalled that Chen Chongsheng was also surnamed Qin did they calm down a little. They had never treated Chen Chongsheng as a relative, but Chen Chongsheng was still of the imperial clan's bloodline. In their view, it was not unimaginable that Chen Chongsheng could learn the blazing sun style. This was because they did not know that Chen Chongsheng's fate will have been destroyed while he was still in his mother's womb. The prince of Zhongshan knew the secret, so his face was rather gloomy for some reason. The prince of Xiang opened his eyes, a spark flashing in the depths of his eyes. It did not burn but quickly died out. He knew that it could not be Chen Chongsheng, so it could only be Shang Xingzhou. The problem was that Shang Xingzhou was not a member of the imperial clan, so how could he cultivate the blazing sun style? Just what was the relationship between Shang Xingzhou and Emperor Taizong? Suddenly, a harsh light flashed through the Prince of Xiang's eyes as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" Countless sounds of metal scraping against metal and the tightening of sacred light crossbows came from the gate of the Orthodox Academy. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense, because the moment the clouds parted and the sun shone down, Wang made a movement. His brows rose. To be continued. Chapter 69. Wang had a very unique pair of eyebrows. To be precise, it was the relative position between the eyebrows. The distance between his eyebrows and eyes was a little close, and the ends of his eyebrows were a little droopy, so he looked a little shabby. However, when he raised his eyebrows, they would separate from his eyes. That was the beginning of heaven and earth. At the same time, the end of his eyebrows would shoot up like a spear towards the heavens, incomparably majestic. In short, when he raised his eyebrows, it had nothing to do with the word shabby. Moreover, when he raised his eyebrows, his shoulders would rise as well. Compared to his eyebrows, Wang Po's shoulders were more famous. Because they drooped for a longer period of time, they were more easily seen. When he moved his shoulders, he would often draw his blade. Just like at this very moment, an extremely sharp saber intent suddenly appeared in 100 Flower Lane and soared into the sky. several hundred sacred light crossbows, and all the weapons in the hands of the imperial court's experts were aimed at Wang Pa. The Prince of Xiang had a grave expression, his hands long ago leaving the fat on his belt. Wang Pa said nothing, only quietly gazed at the Orthodox Academy. Just like the Prince of Xiang, he knew that the person using the blazing sun style was not Qin Changsheng. It could only be Shang Xingzhou. Just what was the relationship between Shang Xingzhou and Emperor Taizong? Could it be that he's also a member of the Chan imperial family? Wang Pa did not think about these questions. Instead, he was thinking about the records that his father's generation had painstakingly preserved. In those accounts, in addition to the most striking and bloody words, the destruction of the family, there were also many scenes of the miserable wind and rain. In those images, there was a young man with a gloomy temperament. According to the judgment of the Wang clan's ancestor, the young man was the instigator of the raid and should be a member of the imperial family. However, whether it was at the time or afterwards, no one was able to find out that young man's identity. In short, that young man brought a lot of misery to the Wang family. Wang Pa had never met Emperor Taizong, but Emperor Taizong was still his enemy because this was a family grudge. Of course, the young man from back then was also his enemy. He had thought that the man had already disappeared in the long river of history, but today he discovered that it was highly possible that the man was still alive. The atmosphere outside the Orthodox Academy was abnormally tense. Wang Pa looked at the courtyard gate in silence. In the end, his shoulders drooped again. At the same time, his eyebrows drooped. There seemed to be thousands of sighs in 100 Flowers Lane. It wasn't regret, but joy. The blazing sun style was a very powerful and special cultivation method. The myriad of Taoist techniques in the world were all based on the true essence transformed from star brilliance. Only the blazing sun art did not gather starlight, but sunfire. Sunfire was not as clear and gentle as starlight, but in terms of power, it was far superior. However, it was precisely because it was too blazing hot that cultivators were unable to harvest it and convert it into true essence. After the descent of the heavenly tone monoliths, the human race began to cultivate the Tao. For countless years, only the Chen clan, due to the unique structure of their fate wheel, could cultivate this method. No matter if it was the books of Taoism or the books of history, all of them took this to be the heaven Tao's favor towards the Qin clan. So no matter if it was a time of chaos or peace, the Chen clan possessed an extraordinary status in Tianliang County and even the entire continent. It was as if they were innately covered in a divine radiance. In the last 1,000 years, countless experts had emerged from the Qin clan, like the young hero Qin Xuanba and Emperor Taizong. Of course, there was also the rumored once wise and divine Prince Chu. Even today, the Chen imperial clan continued to produce more and more experts. The 10-some princes in 100 Flowers Lane were all experts, and the Prince of Xiang had already stepped into the divine domain. Together with the descendants of the imperial clan scattered throughout the world, this was truly an extremely powerful force. But in the last few years, with the Tianhai Divine Empress before him and Shang Xingzhou behind him, this force had never been truly displayed. But how could Shang Xingzhou cultivate the blazing sun art? Was he an imperial clan member? Just what was his relationship with Emperor Taizong? These questions flashed through Chen Changxing's mind, but they very quickly vanished, leaving no trace behind. He had already guessed this in the Garden of Zhou, but now he had just received confirmation, and Shang Xingzhou had once more walked in front of him. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed it down at Chen Changxing's head. This sword was very simple, without any moves or profound intent. It just chopped down in a straight line. The sun shone on his black hair, which was tightly bound and glinted. The sun shone on his bare arms, glinting. The sunlight shone on his Daoist sword, reflecting light. He was like a god. The sword in his hand could cut through everything in the world. First was the sky. In the azure sky, a line that seemed both real and fake appeared. An awe-inspiring sword intent accompanied by a dazzling ray of light descended upon Chen Chongqing's head. Chen Chongqing did not know if he could receive it. He was rather nervous, and it was also because the sword glow was too dazzling, so he squinted his eyes. There was often a connection between the most minute movements of humans. As he squinted, he subconsciously tightened his grip, and then his palm tightened around the hilt of the sword. The hilt of the sword was rather hard. After being hidden in the hollow of a tree for several years, its surface was somewhat slippery, perhaps due to moss or rotten mud. This feeling was not unfamiliar, as he had held countless swords, but it was not exactly familiar. He was sure that he had never held this sword before. There were far too many swords in the sword pool, so he could not be familiar with each one. He also did not know the name or origin of this sword, but he knew that the object he held was straight, hard, and sharp. This was a sword. Then it was fine. Sword met sword. It was like the cold air descending south from the frigid snowfields, meeting the heat waves from the western sea. There was a sudden clap of thunder. The lake water shook into waves, then into waterfalls, then into torrential rain, washing everything between heaven and earth from different angles. Dozens of thick and sturdy ancient trees slowly fell with a cracking sound. Between the flying sawdust and branches, one could faintly see the sunken ground. Countless cracks, both deep and shallow, appeared on the walls of the 100 herb garden. Nearby, the imperial palace automatically created an array. As the clear light fell, everything was covered in a mysterious cloak. In Wang Jitse's eyes, this was very similar to Taoist Wu's recent paintings. The brush strokes were extremely simple, even deliberately crude, but the colors were extremely bold. For example, the red that was like blood and rust. The dust settled. Chen Chongqing half knelt by the lake, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Even more frightening was that there was no sword in his hand. The sword had fallen on the grass far away, stuck in the ground at an angle. It looked like a broken flag, but also like a tombstone. The sword was still trembling, emitting a faint hum, not a mournful hum, but somewhat apologetic. Shang Xingzhou appeared in front of Chen Chongqing. It was also very difficult for him to break the defensive sword technique that Su Li had passed on to Chen Chongqing. But he had the blazing sun style. He had still suppressed his cultivation to below the divine domain, but by relying on the blazing sun style, he possessed an unimaginable and endless strength. No matter how formidable a sword technique was, it could not endure this sort of crushing strength, and for a long time at that. In this process, Shang Xingzhou had consumed more true essence and paid a price than Chen Chongqing. But Chen Chongqing had no sword. Shang Xingzhou indifferently looked at him and raised the sword in his hand. He did not believe that his disciple would have such good luck that he would be able to find a sword in a broken tree. Strangely, there was no panic on Chen Chongqing's face. His eyes were also as calm as the waters of a lake. Then he plunged his hand into the lake and took out a sword. To be continued. Chapter 70. He could catch fish in the lake because there were fish in it, but there was no sword in the lake. Moreover, Chen Chongqing did not touch it, but directly took it. This was an even more concise and powerful action, indicating that he knew where the sword was in advance. Like a magic trick, he took out a sword from the lake. Then he thrust it at Shang Xingzhou. The water splashed along the blade, and the sword light rose up, illuminating the lake from inside out. The lake shore became brighter, and the splashes were like silver trees and also like stars. Tensum starlight lit up, following the lines of stars in the night sky, and his figure suddenly faded. Shang Xingzhou stepped on the stars and retreated, instantly retreating Tensum Zhang. There was a light rip. There was a tear in his collar. A stream of blood seeped out, like a black plum flower painted on his blue Taoist robe. Master, admit defeat. Chen Chongqing said to Shang Xingzhou. The lake water dripped from the tip of his sword and fell on the rocks, making dripping sounds as if urging him. Shang Xingzhou did not answer. He calmly walked forward, once again arriving in front of him. He gripped the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. His bare arms glistened in the sunlight, like a real statue, perfectly displaying his strength. There was still no sword technique, no profound meaning, just the simplest slash. With a crack, the air and the sword fiercely rubbed against each other, creating a dazzling flame. A scorching, violent qi emanated from Shang Xingzhou's body and the sun. The blood on his blue Taoist robe instantly evaporated into smoke. The water on Qin Changsheng's sword also turned into smoke, disappearing without a trace. The beautiful sword light rose again, but it was not aimed at Shang Xingzhou. Chen Changsheng knew that Shang Xingzhou would not respond to his sword, so no matter how fast it was meaningless. He could only draw back. Clang! The two swords met again. Thunder rose from the lake shore over the courtyard walls and resounded throughout the capital. Torrential rain came again. The walls toppled, the trees fell, the wind howled, the shore collapsed, and the lake flooded in all directions. Tensome large and small ponds appeared on the grass. Shang Xingzhou and Qin Changsheng had disappeared. They came to the treasure vault behind the grass. The stone steps to the vault were covered in cobwebs and slightly sunken. Qin Changsheng lay inside, his hands on the ground, preparing to stand. The sword he took from the lake flew away again. His stupid sword did not break, but it was also unable to withstand Shang Xingzhou's tyrannical sword. The remnant wind blew against the green Taoist robe, causing it to flutter. Several cracks appeared on the robe. Shang Xingzhou walked towards the treasury. Qin Changsheng didn't turn his head. His right hand landed on the broken part of the stairs and pulled out. Accompanied by the sound of metal rubbing against gravel, a sword appeared in his hand. His movements were very natural, as if he had long been prepared and had practiced it countless times. No matter how inconceivable a scene was, it was hard to be surprised after it had appeared so many times. Shang Xingzhou's expression did not change. Qin Changsheng stood up, looked at him, and said seriously, "Master, just admit defeat." Shang Xingzhou still did not speak. He walked forward in silence and swung the Taoist sword with both hands. The sunlight shone on the sword and his bare arms. The patterns and muscles on the sword were so clear. The aura of life and the smell of death were equally strong. It was like strong alcohol, intoxicating or frightening. With a loud bang, smoke and dust flew everywhere. A deep ravine appeared in front of him. The pitch-black and bright floorboards constantly rose up and then collapsed. Between the collapsed bookshelves, there were old books flying everywhere. He had once spent every night here gazing at the stars. Luo Luo had also accompanied him here for many nights. However, his master had spent more time here than he had. The windows were shattered. Qin Changsheng landed in the fountain in the front courtyard, his entire body drenched. The fangs of the sacred lion statue protruded from its mouth, and it also sprayed water. A stream of water as thick as a finger fell on his head, a rather comical sight. He was already very close to the gate of the academy. He could hear the nervous gasps and gasps of surprise coming from Hundred Flowers Lane. The people of Hundred Flowers Lane could hear him fall into the fountain. Experts like Wang Pa, the Prince of Xiang, the Prince of Zhongshan, and Ling Haijiwang only needed their ears to see what was happening in the Orthodox Academy. The fountain dimmed. A tall figure obscured the sky. Shang Xingzhou did not give Qin Changsheng any chance to catch his breath. Several dozen zhang away, Wang Jitsa and Tang 36 also appeared on the grass. Yurin was probably still in the 100-herb garden. Su Yurong appeared on the other side of the forest, her pure white wings faintly flapping. And where was the little black dragon? I'm very curious. Wang Jitsa watched as Qin Changsheng stood up from the fountain and asked, "Could there be another sword here? Then where could it be hidden?" The sacred lion statue was very majestic and the fountain was very large, but the pool was very shallow. The teachers and students of the Orthodox Academy would often pass by, so it was very difficult for them not to notice the swords in the pool. Tang 36 said nothing, but Chen Chongqing used his actions to answer. He stood on tiptoe and thrust his hand into the lion's mouth. With a spray of water, he took out a sword. Su Yurong thought of something at this sight and felt rather disgusted. She covered her mouth. Wang Jitsa sighed. This is also possible? Tang 36 arched his brows. Why not? Wang Jitsa sighed. I originally thought that it was just that sword. Tang 36 replied, Wrong, I've hidden many swords here. Wang Jitsa asked, Just how many swords are there? They're everywhere. Tang 36 spread out his arms and closed his eyes, extremely intoxicated. As long as he's in the Orthodox Academy, he won't lose. The fountain suddenly broke and the lion's tail was severed. The cut was extremely smooth. Shang Xingzhou's and Qin Chongsheng's swords clashed once more. Thunder boomed once more. But this time, it lasted for a very long time and never stopped. The Orthodox Academy was filled with the cries of swords, occasionally accompanied by terrifying explosions. Master and disciple were nowhere to be seen. From time to time, swords would fly out of the forest or from their hiding places, stabbing into the grass or the broken walls, faintly vibrating. In this period of time, Qin Chongqing had found countless more swords, only to be sent flying by Shang Xingzhou. Suddenly, the cries of swords stopped. The Orthodox Academy became abnormally quiet. The quietest place was a building on the west side. From the style of the building, it was probably a hall for preaching the Tao, but for some reason, the walls were painted a vermilion, making them particularly conspicuous. 2 rows of maple trees had been planted around the building. Perhaps because of the array, no matter what season it was, they would always rustle with red. His blue Taoist robe was densely covered in holes that still contained remnants of sword intent. Blood constantly seeped out of them, making for a rather fiendish sight. Shang Xingzhou had suffered many injuries. Qin Chongsheng's injuries were even worse. His face was pale, his body covered in blood, and his hands hanging by his side were trembling. Do you still have any swords? Shang Xingzhou asked. Chen Chongsheng took a dagger from a flower pot at his side and said, This is the last one. Guess what this building is called? To be continued. Chapter 71. Before the mausoleum of books, they had not seen each other for several years. After that, they were like strangers, even enemies. However, they were still master and disciple. They had lived together in Xining Village's old temple for 10-some years, so they understood each other to the extreme. Just from the slightest movement, even the change in their eyes, they knew what the other was thinking. This was what was called feeling. Shang Xingzhou could feel Chen Chongsheng's emotions when he pulled out the sword from the flower pot, which was why he asked that question. But after getting Qin Chongsheng's confirmation, he didn't relax, nor did he feel proud, but asked another question. Do you know what this place is? Chen Chongsheng was the principal of the Tradition Academy. He had lived here for many years, but he really didn't know what these red buildings were. The Tradition Academy was too big. These years, the place where he studied and lived was limited to the forest near the royal city and the vicinity of the mountains. It wasn't even 1/10 of the size of the Tradition Academy. Shang Xingzhou said, This is the Maple Forest Pavilion. Those 2 rows of maple trees were moved here from the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education. Qin Chongsheng thought to himself, no wonder he looked so familiar. Mei Lisha is my friend. Shang Xingzhou looked at his face and said with mixed emotions, He has always admired you. I didn't understand it, but now I'm starting to understand. Hearing these words, Qin Chongsheng didn't know if he should feel proud or gratified, or if he should let the bitterness in his heart freely spread. He could only remain silent. At a time like this, what was the point of saying such words? Perhaps it was precisely because Shang Xingzhou had confirmed that Chen Chongsheng's swords were about to be used up and thought of Chen Chongsheng's defeat or even death, that he was feeling sentimental. But what was so important about the arrival of this maple forest pavilion? Shang Xingzhou turned to look out of the building and said, "The final battle that year took place here." That year was more than 20 years ago, the night of the bloody incident of the Orthodox Academy. The Maple Forest Pavilion was so eye-catching. Perhaps it was because it had been stained with too much blood that night. That night, many people died here, many young people. They were as good as you, maybe even better than you. Shang Xingzhou withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Chongsheng, saying, "I've seen too many deaths in my life. I really don't care anymore, so don't expect me to be soft-hearted." The meaning of this sentence was very clear. If Chen Chongsheng still didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't be afraid of personally killing Qin Chongsheng with his sword. Qin Chongsheng didn't admit defeat. He didn't even say anything, remaining silent. He raised his right hand and held the dagger horizontally in front of him. The mud gradually fell, and the cold light gradually intensified. Shang Xingzhou understood his choice and walked towards him. A clear footprint appeared on the floor. Each footprint glowed and then burst into flames. After the clouds dispersed in the blue sky, the sun was incomparably bright, shining upon the Orthodox Academy. The Maple Forest Pavilion shone with a dazzling light, as if it was really burning. The maple trees outside swayed with the wind like tongues of fire. This was a fire formed from the burning of countless years of thick blood. It emitted a faint charred smell and gave off a heroic and awe-inspiring feeling. The blood and fire illuminated Shang Xingzhou's figure, making him look abnormally tall, like a demonic god. This was his life, the lives of Wang Jitze, the Tang Old Master, and the others. They would not give up their ideals and perseverance for anything. There was a clear whistle. A strong gale blew in the Maple Forest Pavilion. The maple tree swayed even more violently, as if tongues of fire were spitting out, wanting to burn the heavens. Shang Xingzhou gripped his dagger with both hands and slashed down, bringing with it a stream of blood and fire. The blood and fire were bright and dazzling, but his figure was gloomy and cold. The contrast between the two was particularly striking. With a boom, the blood and fire exploded into countless sparks that danced throughout the Maple Forest Pavilion, igniting the floor and pillars. The dagger flew through the window. Qin Chongsheng retreated 10 steps and vomited blood. Shang Xingzhou raised his sword and once more walked towards him. No panic could be seen on Qin Chongsheng's face. He said to Shang Xingzhou, "Concede, master." From the very beginning he had said these words. In the lake, in front of Tibet, and in many other places, he would pick up a sword and say these words. And then those swords would be cut down by Shang Xingzhou. Now, even his last sword had disappeared, but he was still saying these words. Shang Xingzhou did not show any derision on his face, nor was he confused. It seemed that he knew where Chen Chongsheng's confidence came from. Qin Chongsheng raised his right hand. There was nothing there except air and fire. Could he really make a sword out of the air? Not far away, the sound of air being cut could be heard. Swish! A cold light pierced through the window and then vanished. The dagger returned to Qin Chongsheng's hand. Soon after, countless sounds of air being cut could be heard from various parts of the Orthodox Academy. These sounds were extremely sharp, naturally giving off a sharp feeling. The sounds grew more and more frequent, like a torrential rain, but even more like a torrential rain of arrows. Countless sword glows lit up from the bottom of the plum tree, in the tree and in the water. The old plum tree had been neatly cut, looking like an incense burner that had been burning for 3 days and 3 nights. 10 holes appeared on the severed ancient tree, truly like a flute used by God. Countless ripples appeared in the lake, like several hundred fat carps struggling to swim up from the rotting mud. Those swords that Tang 36 had hidden in the Orthodox Academy. Those swords that Qin Chongsheng had found. Those swords that Shang Xingzhou had struck down, flying through the air, flying towards the Maple Forest Pavilion. Several dozen swords arrived at Qin Chongsheng's side. Shang Xingzhou looked at him and said, Not enough. Chen Chongqing's finger lightly tapped the dagger. A crisp sword cry scattered in all directions, carrying with it several dozen cold and extremely pure sword intents. With a light crack, Shang Xingzhou's Taoist bun was severed. For that seemingly ordinary ebony bun to be severed at this moment was definitely not ordinary. Countless cold glows surged out from within, like great rivers, exuding a feeling of excitement. Fierce winds blew, chopping the swaying maple tree into pieces, madly dancing red shards flying in all directions. The eaves of the pavilion were cut into countless straight lines, the red walls and pillars cut into countless mottled lines. Even the flames that were about to be ignited by the sun also needed to be attached to an objective object. Without the skin, a tall building would collapse, so how could blood and fire be sustained? The tongues of flame burning towards the sky gradually faded. Their color also gradually faded, until they ultimately vanished into nothingness. Sunlight spilled over the ruined maple forest pavilion. Several thousand swords quietly floated around Chen Chongqing. Cold and terrifying sword intents filled the world. These sword intents were faintly connected to an array, flowing and circulating, endlessly multiplying, giving off an impenetrable feeling. Chen Chongqing looked at Shang Xingzhou and asked, "Is it enough now?" The Maple Forest Pavilion, from the nature of a hero, Brother Ma. I prepared this scene more than 2 years ago, not long after Choosing Heavens will began. I especially like it. To be continued. Chapter 72. Half of the Maple Forest Pavilion had already collapsed, and there were broken walls and broken windows everywhere. As the sunlight fell, it was separated from the tall red maples by the thin clouds that were gradually drifting back. The dim light was refracted by thousands of swords and did not become bright. It was more like the reflection of water. Chen Chongqing loosened his grip, and the short sword that had been hidden in the flower pot for many years flew away, merging with the rain of swords in the sky. He reached out and plucked a sword from the air, as if he was plucking a fruit from a fruit tree in autumn. This sword was also very short, but it was extremely bright and incomparably sharp. It was precisely stainless. The wooden bun had been broken into two, and no one knew where it had fallen. The vault sheath landed at Shang Xingzhou's feet. This scabbard, named Vault Sheath, was an important treasure of Li Palace. After Chen Chongqing left Xining village, he had always kept it by his side. At first, this might have just been a casual stroke of Shang Xingzhou's, but today it had finally become an incredible hidden trick. At the beginning of the battle, he had taken the vault sheath from Chen Chongqing's hands. The vault sheath isolated Chen Chongqing's divine sense, preventing him from recalling those swords. He had fallen into a hopeless situation. It could even be said that he was in a dead end. But later on, he found many swords in the Orthodox Academy, and all of them had sword intents. The scabbard could isolate his divine sense, but for some reason, it could not completely isolate the sword intent. Sword intent was the meaning of sword. The meaning of those swords was to summon, to stand shoulder to shoulder, to undress, to be comrades. At this point, the scabbard could no longer stop all the swords from leaving, despite its name, because those sword intents were showing off their sharpness. The Prince of Xiang's eyes were a little red, perhaps because of the sawdust drifting out of the Orthodox Academy. Perhaps it was because he could see those sharp sword wills through the thick courtyard walls. He raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes, then suddenly turned around and walked out of 100 Blossom Street, causing quite a commotion. Wangpa glanced at him, but did not follow. It didn't take long for the Prince of Xiang to appear on the bridge of helplessness. Winter had already passed, and all living things had come to life. Spring was about to arrive. The Luo River had already melted and was slowly flowing, carrying with it a few icy dregs. 2 streams of tears flowed down the Prince of Xiang's cheeks. His face was round and big, so the scene looked a little funny but not sad. Standing beside him was a white-haired old man. His face was round and big, and he looked a little comical. Perhaps it could be said that he was extremely festive. The old man was called Chow Yunping. He was the nephew of the elder of heavenly secrets, and was once one of the storms of the 8 directions. 100 some years ago, he was defeated by Su Li's sword. In his grief and indignation, he disregarded the advice of the elder of heavenly secrets and the Tianhai divine empress, crippling all his techniques and starting from the beginning. In the end, he suffered a cultivation defect, a problem with his brain. In recent years, Chow Yunping rarely appeared in front of others. Very few people knew that Chen Chongqing had met him on his way to White Emperor City. He was originally invited by someone in power to make things difficult for Qin Chongsheng, but in the end he was persuaded by Chen Chongsheng to prioritize the overall situation of the human race. Later on, he killed Mu Jiushi in the Western Sea. Yes, this expert of the divine domain had already recovered his cultivation and was even stronger than before. As for intelligence, no one knew whether he was really as innocent as a child or whether he had learned to act innocent. But why had he appeared in the capital today, and why had he met with the Prince of Xiang by the Luo River? Could it be that the person who had invited him to make things difficult for Qin Chongqing had been the Prince of Xiang? Why are you crying? Chow Yunping looked at the Prince of Xiang and very seriously asked, because no one is willing to give you candy to eat. Without waiting for the Prince of Xiang's reply, he quickly added, Su Yurong only gave me 1 bag of candy, so I can't share it with you. These were 2 very simple sentences, seemingly childish and cute, perhaps even pitiful, but they had already revealed enough information. If these were the conditions for negotiation, then these were very clear. The Prince of Xiang used a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes and sighed, I'm sad because the venerable Taoist is about to lose. My days from now on will be very difficult. Chow Yunping froze at these words, and then he grinned and innocently said, You swindler! How could that be possible? Yes, there was no reason for Shang Xingzhou to lose to Qin Chongsheng. The difference in cultivation levels between the two was too great. But in this battle between master and disciple, there had been a precondition from the very start. Shang Xingzhou had to suppress his cultivation below the divine domain. He alone possessed the South Stream, Temple Sword Array. The current Qin Chongqing could be considered the strongest expert below the divine domain. Not even the Demon Lord or Qiu Shanjun were a match for him. Even in the tens of thousands of years of history of cultivation, it would be very difficult to find someone as powerful as him before breaking into the divine domain. The Prince of Xiang glanced over the academy wall and began to cry. He had seen those sword intents and was truly rather disappointed. It seemed like Shang Xingzhou had no choice but to lose. The Maple Forest Pavilion was very quiet. The Orthodox Academy was very quiet. The wind blew over the lake and the maple forest, passing through the ruined Maple Forest Pavilion. It was cut to pieces by the swords in the sky and then gathered back together, giving off very complicated sounds. Some sounds were like sobs, some were like resentful howls. I will not lose to you. Shang Xingzhou said to Qin Chongsheng, I taught you. This was his principle, his reason. I will not lose to you. These words were actually saying that he could not lose to you. Shang Xingzhou took a step forward and said a single word. This word sounded very simple, just a single syllable. But when this word was heard, it revealed its true face, the incomparably complex undulations of its tone. In this extremely short period of time, it was as if there was an endless amount of information. This was not the language of humans, but the remnants of an ancient civilization, an intelligent world as magnificent and beautiful as the sea of stars. His blue Taoist robe danced in the wind, the cry of a dragon rising with it, resounding through the Orthodox Academy. Shang Xingzhou's eyes turned pale, making him seem like a ghost or a god. An unimaginably ancient qi swept toward Qin Chongqing and the rain of swords in the sky. Qin Chongqing stared into Shang Xingzhou's eyes and suddenly said a single word. This word was also a single syllable, but it was similarly strange and complex, simply incomprehensible and extremely remote. The faint cry of a dragon came from the sky once more shrouded in clouds, brimming with delight and gratification. Countless swords descended according to Qin Changxing's will. Awe-inspiring sword intents, and the cries of swords could be heard everywhere. Countless straight and deep sword slashes appeared in the sky. There was a light clap. The wind stopped. The world became incomparably quiet once more. The rain of swords was about to fall, suspended in the sky. Shang Xingzhou stood in front of Qin Changxing, his entire body covered in blood. His right hand clutched Qin Changxing's throat. With just the slightest bit of force, Qin Changxing would die. At this moment, Wang Zhizi's voice rang out. "You've lost. This illness has really been exhausting. Today, I wrote a chapter in a fit of craziness. Tomorrow, I might say I won't write it anymore. It's all right. After all, it's the most important chapters. I don't dare to be negligent, but I really don't have the energy to think about chapter names. But this is fine. It's simple and direct enough. To be continued." Chapter 73. Like usual? Then what? Seeing that the person talking was Qin Changxing, Tang 36's expression suddenly became lively. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Just like before, you will directly curse at me?" Qin Changxing thought about it and said, "When you get tired of cursing, you will fall asleep." Tang 36 looked at the seats of the Heavenly Academy students. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "After all, some people treat me well." During the entrance exam of the Heavenly Academy, Qin Changxing saw some scenes from afar and knew that the Vice Principal Zhuang cared a lot about him. Now that Tang 36 was looking at Vice Principal Zhuang, Qin Changxing thought that there must be a story behind it. It was probably because of this person that Tang 36 behaved differently than usual. But as a person, you should be yourself first. Tang 36 looked at the seats of the Heavenly Academy and thought about the storms hidden in the past few months. He thought about how he was targeted by his classmates. He thought about what happened to him 2 nights before the Ivy Festival. His lips curled up and showed a mysterious smile. If it was a normal day, Qin Changxing wouldn't give any opinions to his choices, even if he was his only friend. Because of his personality, Qin Changxing wouldn't give any opinions to his choices. But tonight, just like Tang 36 in the Heavenly Academy, he fell into the shameless trap of his opponent and barely escaped from the giant black dragon. A lot of things had changed. He looked at Tang 36 and didn't say anything, but his calm and sure eyes showed his support. "You want me to apologize to those Southerners?" Tang 36 looked at Zhuang Huanyu and said, "This is too boring. Your performance is also too boring." Sounds of astonishment rang out in the hall. Zhuang Huanyu was ranked 10th on the honor roll of Green Cloud. He was the leader of the young elites in the Ivy League. He was as famous as the 7 rules of heaven in the South. Although his previous performance made people feel uncomfortable and even shameful, he was still the representative of the Heavenly Academy. Tang 36, as a student of the Heavenly Academy, pointed out his mistakes was a bit disrespectful. Because it's boring, so it's not fun. Since it's not fun, then why am I still playing here? Don't try to use our relationship as classmates to restrict me. Don't use your identity as a teacher to control me. Don't use your identity as a senior to shut me up, because I have decided to quit the school. Tang 36 looked at his former classmates and teachers and said calmly, "I have decided to leave the Heavenly Academy." Even though the people in the hall had experienced too many shocks tonight, they were still in an uproar when they heard his words. The Heavenly Academy was the continent's #1 academy, and it had trained countless peerless cultivators. The current pope came from this academy, and many of the first-place winners of the first banner also came from this academy. Even though in recent years the young students of the Heavenly Academy had been stolen by the 7 laws from the Southern Divine Kingdom, and the Zhou dynasty had a peerless genius like Su Yurong. In the end, the Heavenly Academy was still the Heavenly Academy. No one dared to question the status of this academy. Everyone took the test to enter the Heavenly Academy as an honor. Many people bitterly searched just to step into the Heavenly Academy's gate. But tonight there was someone who took the initiative to leave the Heavenly Academy. The uproar in the hall continued. The expressions of the teachers and students of the academy were ugly to the extreme, and Vice Principal Zhuang's face was a bit pale. The surprising thing was that the Heavenly Academy's principal, Mao Qiuyu, didn't have any reaction. On the contrary, the old man's expression was a bit relieved, as if everything was within his expectations. I know a lot of people will ask me why. Tang 36 looked at the crowd and said emotionlessly, "The Heavenly Academy has the best teachers, the best students, and I have to admit that I have been taken care of a lot. Even if I suffered a bit, compared to these, it doesn't seem to be enough for me to make the decision to leave the academy. But just like what I said, the current Heavenly Academy is really boring. Boring, it's not fun. If it's not fun, why should I continue to play here?" This was something he had said before, and many people recalled it. Just because I said I wanted to destroy Tianhaya Air, the teachers and seniors in the academy forbade me from participating in the Ivy Festival. Just because I wanted to challenge Zhuang Huanyu, someone trapped me with a seal for one night. Don't talk to me about the big picture. In the past, when did the Heavenly Academy need to care about other people's big picture? What about the Heavenly Academy now? Even the Tianhai family is scared. What is going on? This is not the Heavenly Academy that I have read about in the books. This Heavenly Academy is so boring, so boring. Tang 36 looked at the teachers and students of the Heavenly Academy and said. His words were frivolous, but his expression was extremely serious because these were his true words before he left. These words caused an even greater uproar in the hall, because this youth from Wenshui had mentioned the Tianhai clan. There was a lot of content in these words, but people only heard about the Tianhai family. Even the Tianhai family is scared. He actually used the word even. He actually thought that the Tianhai family shouldn't be scared. Prince Chen Lu slightly lowered his head. 2 wine cups appeared on the table in front of him. The wine in the cups reflected the light from the luminous pearls. It was very beautiful, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Mo Yu looked at Tang 36 indifferently. Her right hand lightly held the teacup, and the tea in the cup didn't make a single ripple. Tianhai was the surname of the Divine Queen. The Tianhai family was the family of the Divine Queen's mother. After the cruel war 10 years ago, the Tianhai family had already replaced the Chen family and became one of the most honorable surnames on this continent, just like the Bai family in the West. In terms of power, the Tianhai family was undoubtedly the #1 in the world. In the current Zhou dynasty, even the Li Palace where the Pope lived would treat the Tianhai family gently. Even if countless people secretly hated the Tianhai family, no one dared to say such words in public. Who could be like Tang 36 and criticize the Tianhai family in front of so many people? People looked at Tang 36 with a complicated expression. Some admired him, some pitied him, but of course, most of them looked at him like he was an idiot. Did this young man get addicted to slapping faces tonight? He didn't even let the Tianhai family go. Tang 36 didn't seem to feel these gazes, and he didn't even think about what kind of danger was hidden in his words. He looked at Zhuang Huanyu coldly and said, "I know you had a hard time when you were young, but that's not a reason for you to blame anyone. Don't always think that everyone in this world wronged you. You act like you're fine in front of others, but in your heart, you're always blaming yourself. You're already in the top 10 of the honor roll of green clouds, but you still feel that fate is unfair. Otherwise, if you could be as strong as Qiu Shanjun, who are you showing your resentment to? I can't stand and hate people like you the most. Right now, there are too many students like you in the Heavenly Academy, so it's becoming more and more like a theater. All you do is babble and sing soft songs. Of course it's boring. the hall gradually quieted down. People looked at the seats of the Heavenly Academy and at Zhuang Huanyu. Zhuang Huanyu was silent for a long time. His expression gradually calmed down. He looked at Tang 36 and said, "I did lose my composure before. No matter what you did wrong, no matter if you care about the existence of the Heavenly Academy or not, it's not my place to criticize you. Even though what you said is ugly, it's still reasonable. But have you ever thought about why, after you entered the Heavenly Academy, the teachers and us don't like you? Why do you feel that they are pushing you away in the dark? Pride? No, the students of the Heavenly Academy should be proud. You are a descendant of the Wen Shui Tang family. You were born with a golden spoon in your mouth. You were taken care of by important people when you entered the academy. You can skip classes, you can disobey the rules of the academy, but you still got what you deserve. What about the other students? They have to study hard to get something, so they naturally look down on people like you who only know how to take shortcuts." At this moment, most of the people sitting on the seats in the hall were students from normal families. The dozens of young students from the Southern ambassadors were mostly poor. The 3 young people from the 7 Laws of God listened to Zhuang Huanyu's words, and Go Hanshi, who was born in a poor family, also seemed to be thinking about something. Vice Principal Zhuang's face was very ugly because he knew that the important person who took care of Tang 36 was him. "Maybe what you said is reasonable. The Heavenly Academy has its rules and has a tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years. Maybe the teachers and you all think that only those who go through hardship can be successful. But my family has a lot of money. What can I do? Do I have to pretend to be poor? Or do I have to ask my grandfather to give away all of his wealth? Then the Divine Queen would probably be very happy." Tang 36 shook his head and said, "You have your reasons, I have my habits, and the Heavenly Academy has its rules. Tonight, we won't talk about who is right or wrong. But since we are not suitable for each other, then this matter will never become fun. So, I will leave the Heavenly Academy." "Shut up!" Vice Principal Zhuang yelled with an ugly face. When he was young, he was indebted to the Wen Shui Tang family, and there were many old stories between him and the Tang family. Since he promised the elders of the Tang family to take care of Tang 36's life in the capital, how could he just watch Tang 36 mess around? "Your father gave you to me. Do you really think I don't dare to discipline you?" Tang 36 looked at him and thought for a while. He scratched his head and said, "Uncle Zhuang, you always say that my father asked you to take care of me. Actually, on the way to the capital, I already opened that letter and read it. I know that the person who asked you to take care of me is my mother, so don't use that sentence to pressure me." Vice Principal Zhuang's finger trembled in anger and said, "You bastard! How could you open the letter? Open the letter!" For some reason, Zhuang Huanyu's face turned pale when he heard this. Tang 36 said, "Anyways, I will leave the Heavenly Academy tonight." Vice Principal Zhuang said bitterly, "Kid, why are you so disobedient? The preparatory course is over and you want to leave the school. What about the great trial next year?" Tang 36 paused and realized that this was indeed a problem. "This is not a problem." Chun Changxing smiled and said, "Come to my place." Tang 36 raised his eyebrows and said, "Come to your place?" Chen Changxing said, "The students of the Tradition Academy also have the right to directly participate in the great trial." He would never make a mistake about this rule. When he first came to the capital, he didn't want to take the preparatory course and directly participate in the great trial next year. That's why he tried so hard to get into the 6 Ivies. But he didn't expect that fate would make him the first freshman of the Tradition Academy in many years. Tang 36's eyebrows raised even higher, as if he found something very interesting and fun. "How many people do you have now?" 3. Chun Changsheng pointed at himself and Luo Luo and said, "There's another one who stayed in the Tradition Academy tonight. You have seen him before." Tang 36 was silent for a while and then laughed and said, "Count me in." Chun Chang Sheng thought for a while and said, "Then we have 4 people." Chun Chang Sheng's stamp collecting activity continues. The Tradition Academy has 4 people. Today there is only 1 chapter. Chapter 74. There will definitely be more typos and mistakes in the next few days, as I still don't have the energy to keep up and have even less time to fix them. But the plot is wonderful. Swords fell like rain, aimed at the master and disciple on the ruins. The wind stopped, the stones stopped rolling, and there was naturally no sound, only silence. The people in 100 Flowers Lane noticed this silence and knew that something major had occurred. Life and death were naturally the truly important matters. In the Tradition Academy, that shocking killing intent that rose to the heavens intimidated everyone's mind. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out, snapping countless strings. Crossbow bolts were randomly fired in front of the Orthodox Academy, sacred light illuminating the gloomy sky. Whistles through the air and grunts of injured arrows could be heard from time to time. When the chaotic situation was once more brought under control, several pools of blood could be seen in the lane. Wang Pa had disappeared. Linghai Jiwang's complexion was abnormally pale, as he was worried that something had happened to the Pope. If something had not happened in the Orthodox Academy, if the Pope had not been in danger, why would Wang Pa forcefully strike at such a tense moment and then charge into the Academy? A bitterly cold blade intent appeared in front of the Maple Forest Pavilion. A breeze ruffled the red maples as Wang Pa peered in front of the ruins. As he saw the scene and sensed the Taoist qi and sword intense lingering in the air, he very quickly confirmed the general situation. How could a genius of a generation be so unbearable? Wang Po's words were as sharp as a blade. The cold winds, stirred up by the blade intent, were instantly severed. Tang, 36 sighed, "Yes, it's too shameful." He spoke with great sincerity, giving off the feeling that he was completely concerned about Shang Xingzhou's reputation. Su Yurong said nothing. At some point, she had already walked up behind Chen Changsheng. She was extremely close, only a few steps away. This was a very risky course of action. It was impossible to see the expression on her face as her head was lowered. One could only see her trembling eyelashes. Her eyelashes shone brilliantly in the light, like the leaves of a ginkgo tree in autumn. The light came from her eyes, from the blazing essence, blood of the phoenix. She was ready to strike at any moment, or save Qin Changsheng, or perish together with Shang Xingzhou. The clouds in the sky fled in all directions. As the mountainous body of the dragon got closer and closer to the ground, the shadow grew heavier and heavier. But in the next moment, the shadow stopped growing because she could clearly see the scene and feel fear. And where was Yuren? Wang Po was right, and Tang 36 was speaking from the bottom of his heart. With Shang Xingzhou's status, it was indeed inexcusable for him to go back on his word. What's more, he was Chun Changsheng's master, so this would be even more embarrassing. Wang Jitsa had been invited to the capital by him, but he would not support him. He said, "If you make a move, you know what I will do next." Shang Xingzhou did not necessarily fear Wang Jitsa, even if he might join hands with Wang Pa. The Prince of Xiang and the princes of the Qin clan would support him, as would the experts of the court and the military. This war was worth fighting, even if it was a little risky. He really wanted to go back on his word and kill Qin Changsheng. When Wang Jitsa said that he had lost, he closed his eyes and saw many futures. Those were the different futures he would have after making different choices. One of them seemed to be the most beautiful, so he ran it over 5 times and succeeded in repeating the perfect process 4 times. That future also began with his choice. His fingers would tighten slightly. Qin Changsheng's head would fall to the ground like a ripe fruit and then be smashed into pulp. What followed would be an extremely dangerous battle. He might lose, he might win, but his life would not be in danger. Regardless of victory or defeat, at the most desperate moment of the battle, he would voluntarily give up admit his crimes to the young emperor, and ask for seclusion in Luoyang. In the following years, the Li Palace would be masterless and internal strife would inevitably arise. Coupled with external pressure, he would be able to very easily wrest back the authority of the orthodoxy. At some point in time, he would have Prince Qin Lu die. In another few years, the Prince of Zhongshan would rebel and lead the cavalry of Blue Pass south. At that time, he would return from Luoyang. If he did not return, the Prince of Zhongshan would assuredly lose. But he had to seize this chance to clearly discuss with the young emperor about the matters of the past and cast those matters of the past to the back of his mind. Only in this way could master and disciple be of one mind, could the entire world submit to them. In another few years, the world would be unified, the people would be united, the human race would prosper, and it would be the day of the northern expedition. 1,000,000 mighty soldiers would besiege the city. Which city was the city? Of course, Xuelao City. This was the result Shang Xingzhou's calculations. This was that incomparably beautiful future. For this future, he was willing to give up everything, sacrifice everything, even if this will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Wang Jitze asked, "For the last several centuries, I have always remained behind the curtain. If not for Tianhai's pressure, perhaps I would never have walked onto the stage today." Shang Xingzhou said, "I don't even care about leaving my name in the annals of history, so why would I care about leaving behind a bad reputation or a good one?" Wang Jitze said nothing more, because he knew that Shang Xingzhou truly was this sort of person. Wang Pu also said nothing, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his blade. Shang Xingzhou's killing intent towards Chen Chongqing was so real. His hand was on Chen Chongqing's throat. Who could stop him? The wall behind the Maple Forest Pavilion suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, Yuren's figure was revealed. Shang Xingzhou calmly gazed at him. Yuren very slowly shook his head, his expression extremely solemn. Shang Xingzhou understood his meaning. Yuren was saying to him, "Your calculations cannot be established. If you kill junior brother, I will never forgive you." Without master and disciple being of one mind, the world would naturally not submit to them, and there would be no final scene. Shang Xingzhou was not affected in the slightest, because he was very confident. Shang Xingzhou believed that as long as he had enough time, Yuren would eventually understand his painstaking efforts. But why hadn't he done anything yet? Or perhaps it was because one person had been too quiet. That person was about to die, dying from shamelessness. He had every reason to be angry. He could curse and swear. He could speak passionately. He could spit on Shang Xingzhou's face. But he did nothing. When Shang Xingzhou was talking to Wang Jitze and the others, he just quietly watched him like he was enjoying a play. An arm's length away, everyone felt that Shang Xingzhou would kill him, so why was he so calm? Shang Xingzhou was quiet for a while, then asked, "You thought of this beforehand?" "I understand, sir, very well. If the world believes that sir is wrong, sir will definitely believe that the problem lies with the world, not you," Qin Chongqing said. "How could a person like sir, who is always correct, admit to his own failure?" Shang Xingzhou asked, "Then why did you arrange for today's match?" If no matter the result of this match, Shang Xingzhou would not abide by their previous agreement, then what was the point? If Chen Chongsheng had calculated this beforehand, why would he have expended so much energy to force Shang Xingzhou to agree to his demands, allowing the situation to develop to this point? Of course it's very meaningful, because it will help sir clearly see yourself. Chun Chongsheng looked at Shang Xingzhou and said, "Sir, look at how ugly you are right now, how ugly you are." His eyes were clean and bright, like a mirror reflecting a face. It was a rather old face covered in blood and dirt, and the pride and wildness of self-hypnosis. Shang Xingzhou found this face very unfamiliar. To be continued,